How did y'all know this was live? How did y'all know that? I have questions. Oh, it's public now, huh? I didn't know it was public. I thought it was Patreon only until I made it live. Did it notify y'all? How did this happen? I wasn't ready yet. I know I just made it live now, but how did y'all get in here beforehand? I'm just curious. And don't remove us non-Patreoners. It's hilarious. It notified at 10:10. It showed up in your feed. Okay, you got notification. Okay. There was people in here who was before I just like even went live and I was confused. Only because I was waiting. I was not trying to go live until before it until they came back. I had it scheduled for 10:10. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for telling me. I didn't know. Good morning. Good morning. We clicked the wait. That's what it is. Clicking the bell. I love it. Have y'all been watching the this morning? The jury instructions? I still have to do a school run. So y'all gonna have to bear with me for the beginning part of this day. I gotta do a school run. So I was watching some in the bed, but some also helping the kids get ready. But it was interesting for sure. Wait, hold on. I want to go back to this one. To making it count says incoming Max's law. If the alphabet don't fit, you must acquit. And page through A through E out. I heard her say, I was a little bit in and out, but I heard her say, are you making up law? And he said, yeah, somebody's got to do it. And she was like, I kind of like your argument. Although I don't think she agreed with him for that one, but I thought it was interesting for sure. Yeah, it has been, it's been interesting hearing. It's so many instructions. The state did mess up. I still was trying to figure out, it sounded like, maybe I can go back to it if I have time. It sounded like Hilton was saying we messed up something in the indictment, which I was like, wait, what? You're gonna hear my children. Sorry. Let's see if I can find it. Am I on the right link? Wait. Am I not on the right one? I gotta see my face big for a second. Because that wasn't showing me. Let's try again. Oh, they ended that stream? Sorry, you have to hear my children until they leave. Okay, so if they ended that, there's another one. Let's check Twitter because I know what's her name will post. Kathy will post a new link. Might be resting today after cross-exam. The state will have redirected with a later start today with jury. Who knows when everyone will be done. She hasn't posted a new link yet. Morning. Morning, y'all. Refresh it. Okay, let me refresh it. Oh, if they started a new link, that's why I can't go back and see the part about Hilton. Okay, I understand. So this is the correct link. It's just why I can't see the part about Hilton. Okay, I was trying to go back and I see. Thank you. Stop apologizing. We love the kids. Oh, thank you, Logolo. That's because I was waiting. Let me post right now. Thank you. I didn't hit post. That's all. Yeah, so I know we are on break because they were going over directed verdicts. Doug Weinstein asked for 5 minutes, and then she was like, I don't think everybody's even here anyway. All the jurors are here. So then she said, you have until the jurors come back, essentially. Uh, it is early here, but I'm up because I'm curious what today is going to bring. I was running around. Mondays are always a challenge for me. So I was running around and didn't go live, but I was live with the Patreon. But also working on making sure when I'm live with Patreon, I'm live with the members as well. So y'all can tap in. Let me see. Oh, Here Comes Drama just tagged me in on X for something with Cat Not Williams. Is that the is what you're tagging me in? Is that the Hilton thing? Let's see if I can get the old link. I want the old link. Because I wanted to see got it. I wanted to see the Hilton thing. So let's see if I can find the old one. Um, since we got some minutes, or is it not even? Did it just go away? Does it not exist? That's so lame. About the Hilton thing, meaning what I was seeing, I didn't get to fully watch, but there was a question about one of the charges, and then I think Hilton said, "Oh, we charged that wrong." And I was trying to watch that, since we have time, I was trying to go back and watch it. And then Here Comes Drama just tagged me in. I think maybe Kat probably was talking about the difference. So I wanted to get the context from the video and then look at what Kat, not Williams, is saying. But I think somebody just said some of the other news stations didn't change theirs. So maybe I can go back. Let's see if I can find it, y'all. Okay. I sound better this morning. Thank you. I've been drinking my tea. See. Okay, so making it count says Hilton left a charge out and Paige said, nope, you don't get a redo. Okay. Anybody know the timestamp? That's what I'm trying to find. I just pulled up Fox 5 just because that was the first one I saw. Oh, I may have found it.
While we did charge 133,
Yeah.
it is missing an element.
Oh, this is it. Oh, I found.
It's missing an
Hold on. Let me rewind a
to
little.
one handgun. Do we have rifle, shotgun, taser, or stun? I know we don't have the rest of them. Do we have rifle involved at all? Do we know?
No.
Not for these two counts.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so for purpose of this offense, a firearm includes any handgun, period.
Okay.
All right, we don't need, excuse me, 2.42.00.
Your Honor, we do, Your Honor.
We need it tailored to 133, right?
It's probably low. Sorry.
Unfortunately, no, Your Honor. When we, in looking at the indictment, Your Honor, it looks like for count
Count.
for the two counts, count 63
63.
and count 52,
Okay.
while we did charge 133,
Yeah.
it is missing an element. And
It's missing the indictment is missing an element.
yes, Your Honor. And so we believe that the language as charged is a 131 charge and
So-
not a 132.
What's it missing?
It's missing the crime that they committed while being in possession.
Oh, I see. That's
So I don't think y'all get a do-over on that right now.
But we believe that the
oh, I think we're live.
established has the elements
I
of
think it
131.
probably has potentially, but you charged 133. So if you get a do-over to do 106 or whatever it is, then you need to give me law that establishes that.
Okay, we'll get you on that.
So
That's funny. That's funny. But I think we're live. So let me go live because we can't miss what's going on. That's funny. And I want to talk about that, but later because we can't miss it. And I think Sharp is up. Okay, baby. Everybody can hear and see. I'm going to do a school run, but it'll be up. I have to watch from my car. I'm so looking forward to today. Max is already pacing. This is going to be a time.
thank you. Everybody can be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Investigator Viverito.
Good morning.
Are both those mics being used?
This one is.
Oh, it's fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Investigator Viverito, where we left off yesterday, we were talking about a post that was captured by you that showed Quamarvius Nichols with some writing on the picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We are going to get back to that later.
Sure.
Okay. So we're going to switch to another topic right now. But it is about the posts from March 2022 that you collected.
Okay.
Okay. The reality is in March 2022, you observed and collected some posts that you felt were relevant
Sure.
and that you felt were derogatory or mocking both the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford situation.
I'd have to see which posts were.
Well, we're going to get to individual
Okay.
posts, but some of the posts were derogatory and mocking Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And then you also pulled posts that you thought were derogatory or referencing or mocking Shamel Drinks' death. Is that correct? Okay. And let's be clear. As an investigator, you are not saying just because someone posts something derogatory or mocking or referencing the death of another individual, that means that they committed that crime. You are not saying that, are you?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just want to talk to you about a couple of these posts. I'm going to bring them up to you, okay? These are all this is a bundle of the posts that you collected that are in evidence, correct?
Sure.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
For instance, you observed some posts that were made following the Christian McMiller Darius Ford double homicide
Correct.
on March 10th going into March 11th. And these posts were in the days following.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you do me a favor and publish what's been admitted as 457 VV? Okay. Investigator Viverito, this is a post posted by one ABG _ Big Nick, correct?
Correct.
And you know this person from the picture and also from his name on Instagram to be Nicholas Johnson.
Correct.
Okay. And in this post, when was this post collected by you?
That was collected, would have been around 8:20 on March 11th.
March 11th. Okay. So this is the morning after Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down.
The evening, 8:20 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The evening after.
Correct.
About 20 hours after, 21 hours or 19 hours after.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And this post includes a says slime and chalk.
Correct.
Okay. And you viewed this as a clear reference to Darius Ford and Christian McMiller being murdered in reference to a chalk outline of a body on the street.
Correct. Coupled with my knowledge and interactions with Mr. Johnson in the past, yes.
Right. I think you testified that Mr. Johnson, in your opinion, he is associated with Atlanta Blood Gang. Or,
He's documented as a member, and he's also a fixture at 12 Atlanta daily.
okay. So you saw this post, posted the next day, referencing the death, mocking slime and chalk. Mr. Johnson has not been charged for the murders of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct.
And the reason he hasn't been charged is because posting something like this, while it is insensitive, while it may be wrong, it doesn't mean that he killed Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, does it?
Correct. There's other things we would look at, like if he was in the vicinity of the murder on camera, coupled with a post that's not great, that would be something we'd take into consideration, but that didn't happen.
And Investigator Viverito, I knew you were going to be dying to say that, and we are going to talk about all the surveillance videos and all of the situation involving Mr. Drinks when we get to it, when I get to it, okay? But I'm asking you specifically about posts. Posts that is not a confession to killing Darius Ford or Christian McMiller, is it?
Absolutely not. But as an investigator, you need to look at things as a whole to piece things together, leading you towards suspects.
Okay, and that's why you collected this.
Correct.
Okay. Miss Knight, I'm going to ask you to publish 462 VV. 462 VV is two posts that showed up on this page labeled Joey_Hurst24, correct?
Correct.
All right, and on the left is Christian McMiller,
Correct.
and on the right is Darius Ford.
Correct.
And they're fairly self-explanatory. They're mocking the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this was posted when?
I'd have to see the file name.
Okay, so you're not, and that's fine. Was it posted after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes.
Now, I understand your belief is that this is a trolling page or a fake page. Is that correct?
It's a page. Yes, it's a page that we had not seen surface really or be vocal until this point.
Now, and certainly when you see a page like this, there are certain investigative things that you could do to try to determine who is behind this page, correct?
Correct.
You could subpoena Instagram, you could check IP addresses to see who set up the page, etc.
You could.
Okay. You or anyone else that you know of did no such thing to try to determine who Joey Hurst was, the
No.
government name. Okay. And the reason you didn't, and I'm not trying to beat you up, the reason you didn't go through those steps, if you thought this was a confession, and you thought this meant that Joey Hurst killed Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, you certainly would have gone through those steps to uncover who it is behind this post, if you thought that was the killer.
If I thought that was, but the investigation led us to other suspects.
Okay. The bottom line is you did not view these posts as signifying that whoever was behind this account was the killer of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. You didn't view it that way.
Correct. The individuals that were making posts who we deemed as suspects, they were further investigated, whether it be cell phone extractions or social media.
Okay. 456 VV. Please, Ms. Knight. Thank you. Okay, and this post was collected on March 11th, 2022 at 11:30 p.m., correct?
Correct?
Okay, so again, about a day after Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were killed.
Correct.
Okay, and you testified on direct about what you thought new op pack just came in. It's kind of like we're smoking on our ops.
Correct.
Okay. Certainly not kind, not nice, not sympathetic, and it's showing approval for what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this page is another one that you didn't know the government name of the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't go through any investigative steps, or anyone else that you know of go through any investigative steps to determine the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and the reason again is because this post, you didn't take it as a confession. You didn't take this post as saying, I'm the person who did it.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Finally, we're going to talk about Kelvin Watts.
Okay.
Okay, Kelvin Watts has not been arrested for the Christian McMiller or Darius Ford murder, has he?
He has not.
Okay. And this has all happened 2 years ago at
Correct.
this point. Okay. Really 2.5 years ago, more than 2.5 years ago. Mr. Watts made several posts regarding the death of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you please publish 473 VV for me? Okay, in 473 VV, that's posted by Shell Kel Nutlife, correct?
Correct.
And you know that to be Kelvin Watts.
Correct.
And this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay, and this actually depicts Mr. Donovan Thomas.
Correct.
And underneath Mr. Thomas's left eye are two shells.
Correct.
Okay, and as an investigator, you're aware of like prison tattoos or eye teardrops under an eye, correct?
Yes, that's what I spoke about on direct.
Okay, right. And you took this as kind of a play on the teardrops under the eyes of two shells indicating two bodies, Darius Ford and Christian McMiller.
Correct. The first time we started seeing the two shells under the eye was after the death of Christian Ford and Darius McMiller, I think in days following.
Okay, Ms. Knight, could you please publish 461 VV? And here's another picture of Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts that posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and these are, you got to look a little close, but I see the big shell off of his hair, but then there's two little shells under his left eye.
Correct.
Okay, and again, that's a post that you interpreted to be a reference to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could publish 454 VV, please. Okay, in this post, again, shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
This was in the hours after they were killed, yes.
And this is on Kelvin Watts' page.
Yes.
And again, we see the two shells,
Correct.
okay? And that had significance to you because it was two dead bodies.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And 460 VV, please, Ms. Knight. Okay, again, here, this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And we have two shells, right?
Correct.
And we have a smiley face, except the lips are zip tied or zipped up, I guess,
Correct.
and a black heart.
Correct.
Okay, and this was on Mr. Kelvin Watts' page.
Correct.
All right. Also, and Ms. Knight, thank you. Also, you're aware that Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts has made a song that references Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
He may have.
You never heard Mafia Story by Shell Kel and Third World?
I haven't, but it would not surprise me if he did.
I heard my ops died like some thoughts, referring to two snakes dying with their eyes wide open and their tongues out. Crime scene nasty in a fast car, died in empty traffic.
That sounds about on brand for Kelvin Watts.
Okay, and that was a reference to the Kia Stinger, the fast car is Kia Stinger that Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were in.
That sounds about right.
Speculation.
Were Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford riding in a Kia Stinger?
They were in a gray and color Kia Stinger.
Okay, and were they in fact shot on the highway?
Yes, they were on the highway.
Okay. Mr. Watts, despite these 4 posts that you collected and this song, has not been charged with the murder of Christian McMiller or Darius Ford, has he?
No, he has not, but that's also an open investigation that's not assigned to me. So
Okay, that's fine.
But
So, but the answer is he has
He
not
has
been
not.
charged. And it's just 2 years, 8 months later.
It's still open active investigation.
Right. And you've had these, you collected these postings that Mr. Watts made way back in March of 2022.
Correct. But so investigations, just the social media posts aren't enough to arrive at probable cause. You need him maybe on video at the crime scene. So before that murder, things of that nature. So if social media was enough for probable cause, a lot of people probably would have gone to jail for this, but we don't do that.
Right, because there were a lot of people posting on social media.
Correct.
A lot of people posting horrible things on social media.
But unfortunately, nobody was on camera at the scene or there, or there was no knife.
Agenda today, and I know that you want to talk about the security cameras, and we will absolutely talk about the security cameras. I promise you.
Commentary and well, there's commentary going on both sides. Answer the question that's asked.
Okay, I want to clean up some, we're going to shift off of social media and we're going to get to the wiretaps.
Mhm.
Okay, I want to clear up some issues or not issues. I want to talk about the wiretaps and what we talked about Friday and yesterday. You had a wiretap. I understand you had one on Mr. Sumlin's phone. I'm not going to be talking about Mr. Sumlin's phone. I'm talking about Demekion Garlington. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you have the number for the total number of calls recorded or listened to during that wiretap?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Was it in the thousands? Is that fair?
Probably in the thousands, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many total calls Mr. Stillwell was a party to?
I couldn't give you a number, but it would probably be not as many as others because he went into custody, I think, within 6 days of the wire going up.
Fair enough. And just so we're clear, when you apply for a wiretap, you send something to the phone company, correct?
Correct.
And the phone company is told not to inform anyone about the wiretap, certainly not to inform the subscriber.
Correct.
So no one, to your knowledge, no one told Mr. Garlington that he's being recorded,
Correct.
okay, because that would defeat the purpose of the wiretap,
Correct.
right? And to your knowledge, no one told anyone else that there was a wiretap on Mr. Garlington's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the state referred to the calls that were played for the jury yesterday as a sampling. What was played to the jury wasn't exactly a random sampling of the calls, was it?
No, all of the calls were turned over, and it's my understanding that they had to be narrowed down.
Right. The state, in preparation of your testimony, they gave you a CD or some sort of flash drive with a number of calls that they chose and asked you to review them, correct? So you could speak intelligently about them.
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't a random sampling, it was calls that the state chose to focus on.
It's my understanding that the prosecution and defense decided on what could and would be played. So it wasn't just random, let me pick 20 calls out of a bag. It was calls that were relevant to the
Right.
case.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying it just wasn't some random sample.
Correct.
It was focused.
Correct.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the calls. We're going to talk about specific calls in a minute, but if you go back to what was played yesterday on that wiretap of Mr. Garlington's phone, there were calls, repeated calls about keeping Miles Farley, who's a small man, right? He is a small gentleman, physically small.
Small, yes.
Okay. Talk about keeping Miles Farley from being violated or attacked at the Rice Street Jail, right? We heard several calls about Miles Farley and keeping him safe.
Correct.
Okay. We heard call, and do you have the call logs in front of you or anything?
I do not.
Okay. when you were testifying yesterday, what were you using to keep track of what calls which?
I didn't have anything in front of me.
Okay. Well, we heard call 2532 from April 3rd, 2534 from April 3rd, 2628 from April 4th, 3501 from April 13th, and 3697 from April 14th, all about Miles Farley and being in jail. Do you remember those 5 calls?
I do.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to any of those calls?
He was not.
Okay. We also heard a call 3683 from April 14th about, and you could probably tell me who the people were. It was Demekion Garlington and someone about flying a drone into the jail, it seemed.
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to that call?
He was not.
Okay. Then we also heard about Demekion Garlington going on and on about running into someone named Blizzy at some hotel in Cobb County.
Correct.
Okay. To your understanding, was Shannon Stillwell present for any of those events in Cobb County?
No, I believe he was in custody.
He
at the
was in
time.
custody. So he wasn't involved with any of those things that Demekion was talking about, running into Blizzy in Cobb County.
Correct.
And then we also heard a call between, I believe, Demekion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin. And it sounded, and this was call 3171 and 3172 from April 9th, about seeing someone wearing some jewelry, and they were asking if you have a slider car with paper tags. It sounded like they were trying to come up with a way to commit a crime, a robbery, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon a party to that call?
No.
Okay. And Shannon was in jail at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he was not involved in that situation at all either, correct? All right, cool. All right. I'm going to talk to you about specific calls that have already been played. March 14th, 2022 at 9:59 p.m. It's call 335, okay? It's a call where you testified, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was a call between Demekion Garlington and a gentleman named DeMarco Boyer.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's at 9:59 p.m.
Correct.
Do you know how many 9:59 and how many seconds? Are you aware of that?
I would have to look at the log for the seconds.
Okay. And in that call, Garlington instructs Boyer to switch to video.
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on your investigation, you said Boyer was at the gas station.
Correct.
And you also said, well, you were about to say, and then I cut you off. Boyer, your investigation has concluded that Boyer was in Mr. Nichols' car.
Correct.
Okay, so, and you're basing that on your investigation. You're also basing it on the fact that Miles Farley in that video, when he goes back to the car, gets into the back seat at the BP. That
And there are calls from the wire that
Okay,
say that he's in the car. Yes.
fair. So this call at 9:59 between Garlington and Boyer, your investigation is Garlington, this is your investigation, is Garlington is in Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi,
Correct.
and Mr. Boyer, who's not charged in
Correct.
this case, is a passenger in Mr. Nichols' Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay, white Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay. Your investigation based on the time on the surveillance video from the FedEx surveillance is that the shooting happened around 10:01 p.m., correct?
I don't know if it's based on the time on the FedEx video.
Okay, well, what's your understanding of when the shooting occurred? If you know.
I don't know how they arrived at 10:02, but I know that's when both cars pull off shortly thereafter. Within probably a minute or two, the cars pull off from the gas station.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is, it's a matter of timing. The 9:59 and however many seconds that this call is made where eventually Garlington tells Boyer to go to video. That 9:59 and however many seconds is based on the clock used during your wiretap. That's where we get that time,
Correct.
right? Okay, so that's based on the wiretap time. Okay. So, and then of course, after they hang up, then do you know if there was a subsequent video or FaceTime call?
I believe you could see the data transmission come through
Okay, and do you know how long that call was or when exactly when it took place?
immediately after, but I would have to look at the log.
Okay. And my question is, we have three different sets of time here. We have the wiretap time,
Correct?
we have the FedEx video time,
Correct?
and we have a BP video time.
Correct?
Okay. Are any of those, to your knowledge, are any of those three separate surveillance systems synced up?
They're not. So typically what you would have to do is go back and sync them because I know the wiretap is a constant. I know that's an accurate time.
Okay, so you know, and that's fine. So you know the wiretap is an accurate time, but we don't know if the FedEx is an accurate time or the BP is an accurate time.
I'd have to look at the timestamps on both.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is we can't just go by the BP time and go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, that's when that call was placed.
I went off of the wiretap data.
Right, exactly.
Correct.
Right, and that's what you were in charge of the wiretap. You went, but I'm going to go back to my question, and that makes complete sense to me that you went off the wiretap time. But we cannot go back to the BP and look at the BP at 9:59 and however many seconds and say that's when this call was made, because those two timing systems between the wiretap and the surveillance might not be synced up.
Correct. I'm not sure if they were or they weren't, but typically that's something I double check.
Okay, and the same thing for the FedEx. We can't look at the FedEx time and just go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, this is the exact time when that call was between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Boyer, between those two cars was made. We can't do that, can we?
Correct. I go with what I know to be constant.
Gotcha. So all you're saying is 9:59 on the wiretap.
Correct.
Awesome. Okay. Mr. Atkins or Miss Knight, and I should ask you, could you please publish what you played yesterday at call 350? I'm going to ask some questions first.
Oops. Does this feel like a trap? Feels like a trap.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to talk really slow because I got to give Mr. Atkins a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So we listened to another call at 2:01 a.m. between. Do you know who that call was between?
I'd have to hear it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cut to the chase. You said in court that you heard someone say, "Riding by the scene."
I don't know if I said that verbatim, but they're riding back through, I think is the direct quote.
And you said the scene.
They may have been riding back through the scene.
Okay, well, do you now know what call I'm talking about?
I know which call you're referring to, yes.
All right, and if you and do you know who the speakers were?
Well, if it's from the wiretap, one would have been in Garlington.
Right.
And then I believe the other one may have been Boyer. I have to hear the call. I don't want to misspeak on it.
Okay, and people were fussing with each other. Someone was fussing with someone about not having a ride to get back to where they needed to go. Is essentially the gist of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, if you could play, if you could publish,
This is 350.
right, and whatever Okay. Yes, if you could just publish, and I'm going to stop after about 40 seconds.
Bro, who that was?
Nah, the nigga Ray got in that dance shit.
Okay, could you pause it?
Oh, for real?
All right, now, Miss Investigator Viverito, do you know who the speakers are?
I believe it's Boyer, but I need to hear a little bit more. That was kind of muffled.
That's fair. All right, Miss Hilton, if you could. Yeah.
Yeah, RP, the YP Ray.
Yeah, I don't even know him.
That who got his chain snatched. That who changed little J5 to Jason.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, the YP Ray nigga.
Oh, I ain't even know that.
Yeah, that little PLK nigga.
Oh, yeah, I had a J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was.
Yeah, yeah, that who changed it.
Oh, damn, what I say, yeah. Buddy came and followed me. I followed his ass back.
Hey, talking about fuck around with him.
What you talking about?
I'm trying to get the other care data address right quick and care address. He testing the young crew. Somebody he finna send a bit.
For real?
Somebody he gonna send a bit somewhere late where the spot at.
Okay.
Yeah.
He told LJ you got liquor last.
20 seconds. And my notes might be wrong, but I don't think they are. Yeah, 20 seconds, please. Could you tell me when you hear anything about the scene?
Okay, go
Oh,
ahead.
for real?
Yeah, the YP Ray nigga.
Oh, I ain't even know that.
Yeah, that little PLK nigga.
Oh, yeah, I had a J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was.
Yeah, yeah, that who changed it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. You're going by the different number. It's 201.
I was about to say, I listen, Max, what you getting to? I want to know too, but that ain't it.
Right, it's the PD, to call 350. All right, here we go. This is the one I meant to pull up for you, Investigator Viverito.
Yo.
All right, man, there's all kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
Yeah.
The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you?
Yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So any of you niggas be on the damn head, so. What the hell? What's up with
We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ride past trying to see.
Okay, stop. Did you not just hear him say riding past through the city?
He said riding past trying to see.
Well, where's the scene?
I said,
You said scene before, now you're saying trying to see, and I'm saying city.
you may have misunderstood what I was saying. Or you got to understand when these calls come in, when you click on the call, it will also provide a map of where they are, and the next call may show where they traveled to after that. It's my understanding that he traveled back towards that area.
Okay, so towards the area, you mean the city? It's in the city,
They never
right?
left the city.
Okay. Investigator Viverito, you previously testified that he said going to the scene, and now you're saying to this jury that he didn't say scene, he said see. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said he said, I don't believe I said he said he's riding through the scene. He may have rode back. I believe he was traveling back towards the scene.
And I know you're an expert, but if the jury listens to this and hears city, is that okay with you?
But that's not what's said. So I would clarify for them.
I understand that you want to tell everyone what's said here, but you've already given two different stories. You said see, and then you said
What's your
see.
objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
It's
Can we just go by what we hear?
he.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, call 416, and I don't need this published. Thank y'all. It's from the early morning hours of March 16th, 2022. Okay. There was actually 2 calls that were played. Do you recall?
Correct?
Okay, one is Mr. Garlington and someone that you say is my client, and the person's whispering. I'm not even going to dispute it. Okay.
Okay.
We'll just say it's my client.
Okay,
Whispering about hiding in the crawl space.
correct?
Okay. And then the second call is Mr. Garlington and my client talking about what just happened.
Correct?
And of course, what just happened was the house was shot up, and then a bunch of police officers showed up, and no one was arrested.
Correct?
Right. Okay. So, and that was the same day, of course, that you spoke to Shannon Stillwell. You put him in the back of the police car, or someone put him in the back of the police car, and you spoke to him, and he told you he was, in fact, driving the white Audi.
Correct?
All right. So, that call, let's just review some things that were discussed by Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. They talked about their amazement about not being hit by any of the bullets that were fired into 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct?
They talked about their amazement that the police let them go from that location.
Correct?
They talked about how they hid from the police.
Correct?
Mr. Stillwell talked about being placed in the police car.
Correct?
Mr. Stillwell said that he denied knowing McMain when asked and said he was from Thomasville.
Correct?
Okay. That was misleading, right?
Correct?
Because he does, in fact, know McMain.
He does.
All right. And McMain, just so we're clear, is Christian McMillan.
He is.
And he talks about getting out of there as soon as possible. Like speeding away because he couldn't believe that y'all, the police, let him go.
He does, but he says prior to leaving, he collected his FN and his rifle or stick and he left.
I'm going to get there. Okay. And they talked about seeing you too, right?
They did.
All right. So let's talk about, I know in that call, and clearly I'm getting there, he talked about sneaking his FN away from the scene, right?
Correct?
And about sneaking his stick out of one of the cars. I think the gray car.
Correct?
All right. Okay. Now, the FN, you've testified, you know that an FN 57 is registered in Miss Taisha Alexander's name, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that gun was located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022.
Correct?
Correct? The next day after this call.
Correct?
All right. Does that FN shoot .40 caliber bullets?
Does not.
That could not have been the murder weapon for Shamel Drinks.
No.
Could it? Okay. He talks about taking a stick from a car on the scene, right?
Correct?
And you know the stick to be an AK-47 type assault rifle, correct?
Could be an AK-47. It could be an AR-15. It could be, it's a rifle.
Typically shoot 7.62 caliber bullets.
Correct?
Okay, not 40 caliber.
Nope.
Okay, so you would know that that stick that he talks about taking from the scene once you guys let him go is, in fact, not the weapon used to shoot Mr. Drinks.
Correct?
All right. And in this call, where, again, you don't have any reason to believe Mr. Stillwell knew he was being recorded,
Correct?
or Mr. Garlington knew he was being recorded. In this call, he never talks about taking any other guns from the scene.
Correct?
Okay. Okay. Call 2119 is another call that was played. It's from April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. It was a call between Demekion Garlington, who's on the wiretap, and Shannon Stillwell, who's in jail at this point, correct?
Correct?
Okay. And Demekion is on his normal phone, and you testified that Shannon Stillwell, when you're in the jail, you said there's wall phones, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's, the jury has heard those recordings where they talk about Securus and this phone will be recorded, and they are in fact recorded.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell was not on a recorded line.
Correct.
He was on a cell phone from the jail.
Correct.
Okay, so he, in common sense, he doesn't know that Demekion Garlington is being wiretapped.
Correct.
Okay, and he has no reason to believe that the cell phone he's using from the jail is being recorded.
Correct.
It's fair to say that they believe that they're having a private communication that is not being recorded.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Atkins, could you do me a favor? This call 2119, and I'm talking about at 12:29 a.m. Could you play on April 1st, 12:29 a.m.? I'm just adding. Okay, yes. You know how to make consult with the.
Yes.
$240 to $315 is what I'm on. We're just going to queue that call up, okay? And I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Sure.
Every time he say we're gonna play a call and I'm gonna ask you some questions, it feels like a trap. She should take note of the traps that he sets up.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. And if you could queue it up to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. $240.
I was telling folks, bro. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about the camera. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. You feel me? They gonna assume that, like, oh, like, y'all ain't did nothing, you feel me? So,
That's what I keep telling goddamn Lil. I keep telling him like, just chill. Like I know,
yeah, cause they
this
saying
ain't
he panicked.
nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like they just doing that cut. They seen as a goddamn gas station. Like just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling him all the same shit. I'm like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling him, probably in the cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell him before you want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah.
Go down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that though, but so I didn't.
And you can keep that up because I'm going to ask you to play another part. But thank you, Mr. Atkins. So on that call, again, neither party has reason to believe they're being recorded. That's Demekion Garlington and Shannon Stillwell.
Correct.
And they talk about they going to assume shit.
Correct.
Mr. Garlington says, y'all didn't do nothing.
Correct.
And then Mr. Stillwell says, they just saying it because they seen us at the gas station.
Correct.
Mr. Atkins, if you could please play 11:20 at 11:28.
Yeah, man. What the hell swimming on? You still in yo?
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see.
Who?
Who?
Yo, folk.
Yeah.
Mr.
Okay,
Atkins,
what
can
is
you
that
quiet
then?
for a second? We're gonna come back to that one because I want to get the timing right.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay, and that is Mr. Coker, you go first. Okay, and we're gonna come back to that call. But let's talk about Mr. Stillwell's phone that was collected.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know you're able to view? So you collect the phones. Detective Leon Packer, he dumps the phones, and then you're able to view the phones, what the contents of the phones through a program called, what's it called? XRZ, is that correct?
XRY.
XRY. Okay. And you get just a whole bunch of information that's in whoever's phone.
The contents of the phone are organized by category.
Right, and we're talking about pictures, text, emails, instant message, call logs, location, data, internet searches,
Correct.
notes.
Correct.
Okay. And if you don't know, that's fine, but do you know how many texts or calls total were in this phone?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it would be listed on the extraction, on the front page of the extraction. When you open it up digitally, it'll give you what you're going to see initially is everything by category. So it'll say 20,000 texts, 100 calls, things of that nature.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you would please display 227 VVA2. Oh, Ms. Knight, sorry. VVA2. Yes. VVA2. 227 VVA2. A. Okay. This is one of the text messages or one of the text conversations that was introduced on Friday, I believe. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is from Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
All right. And in his phone, Mr. Stillwell's talking to, is that D? Do you know that number to be Demekion Garlington?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because there's a couple of D's in this case, but you believe this to be Demekion Garlington?
He did change his number right before the wiretap, so I believe that's the number before.
Okay. And if you could zoom out a little bit, Ms. Hilton, or Mr. Atkins, so we can see the whole conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. So in this conversation, to add context, Mr. Stillwell is indicating that one of his two phones is at Big House.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Darius Ford's house? And again, let's be clear, this conversation occurred December 24th, 2021.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about 3.5 months before any of this involving Christian McMiller's death or Darius Ford's death or Shamel Drink's death occurs.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Big's phone? Is there another Big? Do you not know?
There is another Big.
Okay. So, but in any event, Mr. Stillwell is saying he left his phone at someone else's house.
Correct.
Okay. And then D says, finna take it in where you at, indicating that he's taking Mr. Stillwell's phone, right?
I don't take that as taking the phone, like finna take it in, like I'm finna go to sleep or go home.
Fair enough.
Like take it in for the night.
Fair enough. Could you go down, Mr. Atkins? Okay, and this is the part that the state introduced. Okay. He says, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting. Okay, he did not say I'm op hunting.
Correct.
He said, if Polka asks, tell her I'm out hunting.
Correct.
Okay, and Polka you know to be who?
Taisha Alexander.
And that is Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time.
I guess, yes, I don't. Yes,
Something
at the time,
like- something like
sometimes, yes.
And you also know from your review of the calls that Mr. Stillwell was having some issues with fidelity.
Yes.
Okay. So he's just saying, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, can we go back to that call? My stuff together here. Okay. Remember that call that we were just talking about with, and just to review, it's Garlington and Mr. Stillwell, and they were talking about people were going to assume things, and they're just saying it because they saw us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay. I want to play, Mr. Atkins, if you could start playing it. I guess we could start at 11:28.
Describing cheating as issues with fidelity is hilarious. One way to say it.
Yeah, 11:45. Yeah, that's fine.
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was just gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man, that be
I
crazy.
was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like he probably be over there, like what not. She's like, what? You only think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She crazy. I don't even be texting her back no more.
I should be testing on like on tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to her. That crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I
All
got
right,
you.
love you. All right,
I love you too.
all right.
All right. Well, okay. Let me just ask you this, and we're going to get it together, and we're going to get it played. Do you remember on that call, that same call, that unrecorded call? I mean, that these two gentlemen thought that they were talking to themselves without being recorded. Do you remember Mr. Stillwell saying, when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean?
I do.
Okay, and that's on this call.
Correct.
All right. And he does not say the car has been cleaned.
Correct.
He's saying, don't worry about it because when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on the private call between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington that they had no reason to believe was being recorded.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the phone. You made note of 227 VVB11, and we don't need to display it, but it was basically something in Mr. Stillwell's notes that said, "Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. They be dropping."
Correct.
Okay, and that was in March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m. The phone says that that's when it was entered.
It might say either modified or entered, yes.
Okay, and that was, and we're going to get to it, but you're aware that Mr. Stillwell's grandmother, Betty Jackson, texted him about the shooting, about seeing it on the news that night?
Objection to my text not.
Well, it's going to be in evidence. I'm asking if she's aware. You're aware of that?
I was aware that Miss Alexander notified him about a shooting in Mechanicsville. I don't know if Miss Jackson did.
Okay. It was hours, this would have been hours after Miss Alexander alerted him as well, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
I'd have to see it. I'm not.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get to it. But this was at 12:52 a.m.,
Okay.
right?
I haven't seen it, so I just.
Okay, and we've already discussed ops,
Correct.
dropping ops. Those are common themes, common topics of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time, your investigation, at the time that he entered this note into his phone, he was in fact at the studio, correct? At 12:52 a.m. on March 15th.
After leaving the gas station, they went to a studio. I did not have location data on Mr. Stillwell to say, but I believe they should have still been at the studio.
Still been at the studio creating music when he entered that note.
Creating music, hanging out. Like, yeah, that's what they do. Hang out at the
Okay.
studio.
All right, cool. And then you talked about search words, a search that you noted about a Windsor Street shooting, right? That was in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
So he didn't, and I clarified that on direct. He
Right.
didn't search Windsor Street. He searched Fox 5
Okay.
and then
Well-
clicked on, and then within Fox 5, then searched the Fox 5 website.
I appreciate that. So on 3/17 at 2 in the morning, Mr. Stillwell clicked on the Fox 5 website to this article.
Correct.
Okay, didn't search, your testimony, he didn't search words like Windsor Street or anything, but he clicked on the article and that's what shows up in the phone.
I'd have to see the screen. I believe he searched Fox 5, traveled to the Fox, like say I open my phone and I want to go to whatever web, Amazon. I search Amazon, click on Amazon, and then on Amazon, I would then search. That's what happened. So he searched for Fox 5, went to Fox 5, then went on Fox 5, I believe searched Windsor Street shooting, and then clicked on the article, is what it looks like.
Okay, and Miss Knight, could you just display 227 VV88 so everyone knows what we're talking about? Okay, so this is what you're talking about, right? The search.
Correct.
Okay, that's and this is 3:17 at 2:31 and 56 seconds in the morning, correct?
Correct.
No, that's I want to show you some documents, investigator.
Sure.
It's okay with you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Viverito, I am approaching you with what's been marked 57A, DS57A, DS57C, and DS58. Could you look at these and tell me if you recognize?
Sure. Okay, these are excerpts from Mr. Jackson's phone.
Right, and those are, and are those excerpts from, are those conversations from the data that was downloaded from Mr. Jackson's phone?
Sure, the first one is the one that I spoke about that I had seen of Miss Alexander informing him about the shooting.
It's not admitted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Are those accurate representations of the data that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit DS57A, DS57C, and DS58 into evidence.
A, C, and E. Say that again, please, if you don't mind.
And there is no DS57B. It's DS57A, DS57C, and DS58.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't know where the E came from. Okay. Those are admitted.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please, or permission to publish, Your
You
Honor?
may.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish 57A first? So in this, in DS57A, investigator, this is a conversation between Taisha Alexander, also known as Polka, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell.
Correct.
Okay. At 3:14:22, at 11:01 p.m., Miss Alexander reaches out to, or texts Mr. Stillwell and says, "You okay? Somebody just got killed in the Ville. Ugh." Or ugh. Atlanta, too much right now, right?
Correct.
All right. And then they respond to each other with kisses. Mr. Stillwell asks who got killed, correct?
Correct.
And then Miss Alexander eventually says, "I don't know yet." But before that, she sends some sort of screen message, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's at this, the message is sent at 11:19:47 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish 57C. And this is the screenshot that, or the picture that Miss Alexander sent to Mr. Stillwell at 11:19 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And it's a photo, and is that Windsor Street?
I believe so.
And it's captioned, "Somebody just got killed in Mechanicsville."
Correct.
And it's posted by someone named Bori Billions.
Correct.
And whenever Miss Alexander sent this picture or downloaded it, it already had 2,000 views, correct?
Correct.
All right. So by that night, just based on what we see in this phone, by that night at 11 o'clock or 11:15 or 19, the word had spread about a shooting, correct?
Correct.
In Mechanicsville,
Correct.
where someone was killed.
Correct.
Okay. And this was not a secret. It was being spread throughout social media.
Correct.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could post DS58. This is a conversation, and I'm sorry, it's marked 58A, so Your Honor, if we could just amend that to make 58A.
Sure.
Thank you. So looking at DS58A, this is a conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Boss Lady, correct?
Correct.
And you know Boss Lady to be Betty Jackson, correct?
Correct.
His grandma.
Correct.
His grandmother who raised him.
Correct.
At 11, Mr. Kokomo, thank you. At 11:19 p.m., Shannon texts his grandmother, "I love you."
Correct.
Boss Lady or Betty Jackson responds, "Mama love you so much, heart, heart, kiss, 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 'cause you're my sweet thing."
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell says, "Yeah." I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but yeah, right?
Sure.
And then Miss Jackson gives a thumbs up, right? And then at 11:26:57, Miss Jackson says to Mr. Stillwell, or texts Mr. Stillwell, "Hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news," right?
Right.
And then she says, "Answer me, please."
Correct.
And eventually at 11:41, 15 minutes later, Mr. Stillwell responds, "I'm at the studio, Mom."
Correct.
Okay. So at 11:26, according to this conversation, not only did Miss Alexander alert Mr. Stillwell about the shooting on Windsor Street, but Miss Jackson says there's a shooting on Windsor Street, right?
Correct.
And it's on the news.
Correct.
Was this information about the shooting on the news at that point?
I know that the article that Miss Alexander had, that's a female, I don't know her real name, in Atlanta, that wasn't like an ATL scoop or a news thing. And then I don't know how Miss Jackson saw it, so I'm not sure if you got word of mouth from Miss Alexander, word about it. I don't
Maybe
know.
she saw it on the news. Maybe
I don't know when the news coverage began.
Okay. The bottom line is by 11:26 that night, two different people had informed Mr. Stillwell about a shooting, a death, Windsor Street,
Correct.
and the word had spread throughout. It wasn't just Mr. Stillwell that was being informed. The word had spread throughout the Atlanta community that quickly.
Correct.
All right. And basically, the phone indicates on March 17th, 2 days later, Mr. Stillwell clicked on a news article about that shooting.
He sought out the news article and then clicked on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sought out and clicked on it.
Correct.
All right, cool. All right. Right when you started testifying, you remember when you were going through a timeline, and I think it was from 2019 to 2020, different events that had occurred?
I do.
And we heard a lot of names, Tanquarius Mender, right?
Correct.
And you said he's a member of the Rolling Crips.
As well as YSL, yes.
Okay, and we heard about Stephen Harris,
Correct.
and he's a Crip. And we heard about,
No, I'm sorry. Stephen Harris is a member of YSL.
okay, he's a member of YSL. We heard about Marcus Sims.
Correct.
He's a Crip.
Yes.
Okay, we heard about Wayne Alford. And we heard about a bunch of other names in this
Correct.
timeline that you were going through. Well, first of all, let me just ask you this. When you were asked about all these events, you were referring to some sort of, you were refreshing your recollection with a sheet that was in front of you.
Correct.
Okay, that was highlighted, color-coded.
Correct.
Okay, did you create that sheet?
Mr. Abadi had created the sheet as a timeline.
Okay, so when you were testifying about those events, you were refreshing your recollection. You were being asked questions by the prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And then you didn't have any reports of your own with you, did you, about any of these events?
No, I didn't. I was at the GBI at that time and they were APD cases, so they wouldn't be my reports.
So you didn't investigate any of these events?
So the way it would work is gangs typically doesn't take an aggravated assault or a homicide or things of that nature. We will work with those units and provide them information and assist with their investigations. So the reports, I will help with the cases, but they would fall with those investigators.
Did you have any reports with you when you were of your reports with you when you were discussing this?
No.
Okay. But you were refreshing your recollection off of a sheet of paper that was prepared by the prosecutor.
Well, this is something we had discussed. There's numerous incidents, so we needed a timeline to keep them correct.
All right, well, let me just ask you this. In all those things, 2019, 2020, that you discussed, all those events, Shannon Stillwell wasn't charged with any of those events, was he?
He was not.
Okay, cool. You remember when you talked about how I was asking you about your reports and you said you write them in search warrant applications?
Correct.
All right, I want to talk to you about that. You did a search warrant application for the house of Jeffrey Williams on 355 Allison Drive, correct?
Correct.
Not moving any evidence. I'm going to ask you some questions about that affidavit. Would having your affidavit that you wrote
Sure.
up there with you, would that be helpful?
Sure.
May I approach?
You may.
Okay. These affidavits that you fill out to take to a judge to try to get a search warrant, they're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. A judge relies on them, relies on the accuracy of them, correct?
Correct.
Relies on them to be complete.
Correct.
The intent of an affidavit is not to mislead a judge, is it?
No,
Okay. And you wouldn't mislead a judge, would you?
I would not.
Okay. And you filled out this affidavit on May 9th, 2022, correct?
Following the presentation to the grand jury, yes.
Right, May 9th, 2022?
Correct.
And that was also in the wake of these various attacks on Lucci, on Rashawn Bennett in the jail.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you were interested. You had that one with Jaden Myrick. Excuse me, with Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin, and Mr. Eppinger was trying to get Mr. Sumlin to talk to someone to get payment, right? And you suspected that person to be Jeffrey Williams.
Suspected, and that was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin.
Okay, so you suspected that to be Jeffrey Williams.
Right, and was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin, yes.
Okay, again.
Yes,
just,
I
please, just
suspected, yes.
questions I ask, okay? So you saw a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence on these matters, correct?
No,
Okay. You saw the search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home.
for his body, for his cellular devices, and for gang evidence.
Okay. Okay. So in Mr. Williams' home.
Correct.
In your affidavit is what's used to develop PC, or probable cause, for the judge to rely on, right?
Correct.
And in your affidavit, I think it's in the 4th page, you reference a post that you saw on the internet about Jeffrey Williams posting, YFN, and this is already in evidence, YFN, if ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you, right?
Correct.
That's referenced in your affidavit.
Which page is not on 4?
Well, mine's not numbered, but I'm just gonna go by. Right, it's on the 5th page, I'm sorry. If we count, and again, they're not numbered, but I'm just going by the 5th page that I have.
So,
And it would be the first, it would have been the 2nd full paragraph. So there's one sentence and then 2 paragraphs down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can look at my, may I approach?
Yes. Okay, that's different than what I have.
You reference seeing on XXL, this magazine, you reference seeing this post that Mr. Williams supposedly made, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that made your affidavit because you thought that was important to show Mr. Williams and his veiled threats to Mr. Bennett, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Can I have that back? I'm just going to need it.
Sure.
I'll bring it back to you. Now, you also, 2 pages after that, whatever page you have it, I have in the beginning, it says details 4.
I'm going to have to see the page because these pages are out of, whatever I have is not the same as yours.
You can have it.
Okay, no, I see that one. Okay, I gotcha.
All right. Also in your affidavit, you include a text thread between Mr. Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And as part of this text thread, you draw the judge's attention to a specific line, correct?
I included that amongst other things in the affidavit, yes.
Well, there's one particular line that you put in a bigger font and you also circled it, or it's circled, correct?
It's circled, yes.
Okay. And you circled it to draw attention to it, correct?
To what I was referring to, yes.
Yes. And the line that you circled to draw attention to was YSL rule the world kid, 24M on an N head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to highlight that passage said by Mr. Williams in the text thread, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to highlight that for the judge.
Amongst other posts, yes.
Okay. What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world
Yeah.
as an organization, and it could be a play on words or a play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24M on a racial expletive head. It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way, yes.
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge about what was being discussed, would you? You believed that to be a threat, didn't you?
I didn't say it was a threat. It's saying that he's willing to, that's how they talk. They'll talk about, they have the ability to put money on people's heads.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3 and 4? Is that correct? Okay. Could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3? Oh, before you do that, in this thread that you highlighted in your affidavit to the judge, this thread between Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams took place on February 7th, 2021?
Correct.
You just started over, Mr. Kokomo, with volume. All right.
Yes. We can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoes get in line. Slime rule the world. Believe it. Y'all niggas out this motherfucker spending 24 million on their heads. We can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoes get in line.
Okay. And could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3A? You see, what's displayed is Jeffrey Williams 3A.
I do.
Okay, and it's a reaction. Jeffrey Williams reacting after Lil Uzi Vert put a $24 million diamond into his head.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know about Lil Uzi Vert and the $24 million diamond and that reference when you filled out this affidavit?
I did not, but I would still stand by what I put in the affidavit.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, on a sworn statement to a judge with knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond put into his head the days before Mr. Williams typed that, you would still put that quote, YSL ruled the world, 24 million on an N head in that affidavit?
Objection. Vague, compounded, maybe mischaracterization of what the witness just said.
Overruled.
I did not have knowledge of Lil Uzi Vert getting a diamond in his head.
Okay, so all right, so let me ask that last question again. Instead of saying I would do it again, if you had knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got $24 million diamond in his head and that Mr. Williams was referring to that, would you still have put that in the affidavit?
Yes,
To mislead the judge?
not misleading. May I explain?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is this social media direct message is different than what you see on here. Lil Uzi Vert, I don't remember, is a member of YSL. So I think it might be a new, like a term they're going to coin, like wipe his nose, things of that nature. So 24 on somebody's head might be a new thing that they're going to go with. He's saying YSL rules the world. As the leader, he can make that assertion.
You're doing a lot of explaining. Did you do any of that explaining in your sworn affidavit to the judge?
The sworn affidavit reads, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Okay. And clearly, when you put highlighted and circled 24M on a N's head, you're sending a message to that judge, are you not? Let's be real.
I'm referring to my words that I wrote say, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
All right, and just so we're clear, as we sit here today, as someone, a law enforcement officer, even with knowledge of this, you would still put that in front of the judge.
There are different interpretations to everything as we've seen throughout this whole trial.
I agree. Can we make our determinations, or are you going to make the determinations for us?
Objection, arguments is sustained.
Do you think maybe you misinterpreted what was said by Mr. Williams? Is that a possibility?
I think it differs from what was presented on the internet and between direct messages, as we've seen.
So your answer is no, your interpretation is perfect, pristine.
My interpretation was YSL rules the world and they have $24 million. That's what I wrote in my words in the affidavit. I didn't say Mr. Williams has $24 million on YF and Lucci's head. I didn't say that. I said YSL rules. He claims that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
No, you didn't say it. You just put in a bigger font and circled it for the judge, right? Right?
It wasn't a bigger font. That's how the message reads. It's the same font as the date and time, the same size as the date and time as the name, the Instagram handle.
In the circle?
It's circled, correct.
Let's talk about you, Miss Knight. Could you pull up 227 VV A6B? Thank you, Miss Knight. Yesterday, you indicated that, now this is from a video.
Correct.
With Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
Rolling a blunt.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's other individuals there, correct? There's other individuals in the room?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's on Mr. Stillwell's phone, so you're presuming that Mr. Stillwell was filming the video?
It was filmed from his device. So
Right,
yes.
right. Okay. So yesterday, you made a claim that a gun, well, what did you say? A gun is, I don't want to jumble your words. What are you claiming about the guns on this table?
A gun is what?
You identified or thought a gun was consistent with something?
It could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Could be consistent.
Correct.
Okay. And which gun is this?
The one towards the back right here.
Okay. could be consistent with a Glock 27. All right. It could also, well, first of all, are you a firearms expert?
I'm not.
Okay. You're just someone who's owned a Glock before.
Several, yes.
Okay. And before yesterday, had you ever made the claim that, oh, I reviewed this video and this appears to be a Glock 27?
That was my first time testifying yesterday, so where else would I make?
What about reports? Did you ever write a report and said, I reviewed this is very important. I reviewed this video that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone, and I believe that that could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Well, while reviewing the evidence in preparation for trial, when I took a better look at this video and found it, it was probably 2 or 3 days before I testified. And that's when I first had to really research through and look at photos and kind of isolate what kind of gun that was.
So the answer is no, you didn't write a report.
No.
Okay. And certainly the first time saying it to me or anyone on this side was yesterday in court.
Correct.
Okay. You say it looks like it could be consistent with a Glock 27 based on the shape of the bottom of the grip. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Springfield firearm, correct?
I'm not familiar with a Springfield, but from how the magazine looks, also it could be consistent with a Glock.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Sig Sauer. Could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, correct?
I'm familiar with a Glock.
Right, because you're not a firearms expert. You're
never-
only familiar with these Glocks.
I never
And-
claimed to be, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, well, you start identifying guns in court, kind of making yourself an expert, but you're not an expert, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, and you don't even know, whatever this gun is, if Mr. Stillwell left with that gun or didn't leave with that gun. You don't know if anyone left with that gun. You don't know whose gun that is.
Correct, but we don't know that they didn't.
Okay. Right. Let me ask you this about your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two at the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with the Glock 27.
I never asserted that I owned one. I've seen one. I've handled one. I can recognize one.
So you've handled one at a gun dealer, and that's what you're basing the identification on.
I've recovered a good bit of guns in my
Okay.
career. I know what they look like.
All right, let me ask you this. Since you know about guns, at least through your career, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they expel shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they make a loud bang?
Yes.
When you shoot a Glock 27, does it create a muzzle flash?
It should. I mean, when you
Okay.
shoot it, like during the day, you wouldn't see it, or sometimes at night you can see it, but
Okay, and when you shoot a Glock 27, does it emit gunshot residue?
if it's inside of a contained area, yes, it would.
Okay. All right. Remember on Friday, you talked about you get to the end of an investigation, something seemed small is huge. And we were
Correct.
talking about the post. All right. Well, there's one thing, surveillance video. You would agree that that starts huge and remains huge? Like
Every-
surveillance video is a pretty important part of a case.
Every investigation is different, but yes,
Okay. You've seen the BP video, correct?
I have.
And you've seen it, Detective Hogan showed it to you?
He did for the purpose of identifying the individuals, yes,
Right, okay. Have you seen the FedEx surveillance video?
I have.
Okay. I'd like to watch it with you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could keep it up.
I'd like to watch it with you. Is that okay? No, Max. I don't want to watch anything with you if I was on the stand.
Okay, before you start, Mr. Kokomo, investigator, when did you first see the FedEx video?
It was after I met with Investigator Hogan in the afternoon of the 16th, so it would have been after that.
Okay. Well, are you aware that, and maybe this will help you answer this question, you're aware that Detective Hogan swore out warrants against my client without ever viewing the FedEx video?
I can't speak to what he did or did not do.
Okay. When did you most recently watch the FedEx video?
Probably maybe like a week ago,
Okay. How many times in total have you watched the FedEx video?
a few times.
A few times. When you say a few times, how many is it?
And I've watched it a year ago, or a couple years, like 2 years ago. I've watched it.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could please publish the FedEx. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo. Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could pause that video right now. Thank you. Investigator Viverito. At this point in video, as we have it paused, you would agree that Mr. Drinks' red Versa is on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi with tinted windows
Correct.
is in the middle. And you would agree that Mr. Nichols, actually Miss Lewis, Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right, correct?
Either the right or staggered behind it, yes.
Okay. And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
Correct.
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
And your theory is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell shot Mr. Drinks, correct?
I'm not the homicide investigator, so I'm going along with the evidence that was presented to me by homicide. But yes, that's consistent with what Detective Hogan, his case.
Well, you know, he swore out a warrant for Shannon Stillwell for actually shooting Mr. Drinks.
That's consistent with what Detective Hogan had found.
Okay. In this video, you could see headlights, correct?
Correct.
You could see traffic lights,
You can see tail lights and traffic lights, yes.
and you could see brake lights, correct?
Correct.
All right, awesome. Mr. Kokomo, could you just play the video? And I'm just going to ask you to look at the cars closely.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody watching?
pause Mr. Kokomo, please. All right, so we're paused at 102:36 on this video. At this point, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi is pulled off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Nichols and with Mr. Boyer and Mr. Farley have pulled off.
Correct.
Okay, while they were there at that light with Mr. Drinks, did you observe any muzzle flash on that video?
No, and with this quality of video, I would not expect to see it.
Okay, right. You just see brake lights and traffic lights and headlights, but no muzzle flash. Okay, I got you.
A muzzle flash is much, much, much dimmer than a brake light. Like when you're shooting at night, you're hard pressed to see your own muzzle flash.
Firearms expert again.
I'm telling you, my experience from shooting a firearm, we do take night firing courses.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Gunshot residue. You aware that the headliner from Mr. Stillwell's car, the Audi, was collected and tested for gunshot residue?
I am.
You ever talked to Alexander GBI analyst Alexander Coven about the results that he found?
I have not.
And you are aware that warrants were taken out certainly before any of those GSR results were in, correct?
Correct.
Talk about tint. You've been preparing with the state. You know that the state has said that Mr. Stillwell had tint applied to his windows of that white Audi upon renting it, correct?
Correct.
In violation of the rental agreement, I may add.
Correct.
Okay. And this tint was applied on Flat Shoals Road, according to the district attorneys, at about 6:30 p.m.
According to them, yes.
Okay. You were able to observe the white Audi on March 16th?
I did not walk. Wasn't that interested in it at that point, so I did not walk. It was very, very dark.
Have you seen the pictures that Miss Antoinette Green took of the white Audi after it was recovered when Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
I have.
Did you see any damage to the tint, specifically the front driver passenger tint on that car?
I did not.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could rewind again. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Keep it here. Keep it here. Just play it. I'm sorry, Mr. Kokomo. Okay. You saw that car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell? Pause it, please. You saw
Yes.
that? Mr. Stillwell, you're aware that he, well, you've already stated this, he was victimized in the past. Someone shot through the rear windows, killing Tiara Jones.
Yes.
And now that car that sped up is next to Mr. Drinks, correct? Or approaching Mr. Drinks?
It's approaching, but it stopped short of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play it. Okay. So now there's a pause. So now there's one car next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
It's still not next to him. You could see from the angle that it looks like the front of the car. I'm sorry. The front of the car is like, from what I can see, looks like the front of the car. The front wheels are still towards the back of the vehicle. It's not like exact with the car.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play. See that car make a U-turn?
I do.
Okay. What car was next to Mr. Drinks when that car suddenly made a U-turn?
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making three-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flash of this.
A muzzle-
AMV.
Mr. Sharp, I'm going to explain to you when you're, I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it. When you go to the range, example, to fire your weapons at night and there's a line of shooters, it's not bam, 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 lights everywhere. It's a very, very muted, if it shows. So this far away with this quality of video, I would not expect to see that.
Okay, well, let's talk about this car.
Sure.
This car makes a U-turn. Did you see, is there like a train that's crossing that would have let this person know, no, I need to find another route?
No.
Is there a officer saying, hey, turn around, you can't come this way?
No.
Is there an animal crossing the road that would have made this man do a U-turn?
No.
Who is this? Whose car is this that made the U-turn?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever tried to use these license plate readers to determine whose car that is so we could talk to them about why they made that sudden U-turn?
That would be part of Detective Hogan's investigation, but I do not.
Okay. Could
Bruh, what is happening? Oh my gosh. You guys, what the? Is it me? Oh, what is happening? What? Oh, I'm texting Maurice. What is happening? Somebody check everybody else's stream. Is it just me? This thing pulled the plug. Bruh. Try Fox 5. Okay. What's that? Nope. I'm on Atlanta News First. It's down. That's because you know what? When I was in there though, if he's down, it's down. Bruh. Okay, what about Sylvia?
That would certainly be, in using your theory, make a person get taken aback a little bit and run away.
So who's that person?
I went out there and canvassed. That's an area where there's a large homeless population.
Right?
It's very transient, and there's also a Greyhound bus station right there.
So you didn't talk to this person.
I did not.
You're saying that they didn't break stride and all that. You've never talked to that person. You've never identified that person.
Could not. I tried.
Okay, but again, I'm going to ask you, and if your answer is really no, then that's fine. You're telling the jury that you, as the determiner of facts, have determined that that person did not make a turn because of a loud bang.
Consistent with the person walking that would be outside of a vehicle that had no reaction at all. That's what that would lead me to believe. And I didn't charge this case, so I'm not the determiner of facts.
All right, let's talk about something else while we got this video. Mr. Kokomo, if you could just play. I want you to pause for a second, Mr. Kokomo. I want you to pay real close attention to Mr. Drinks' car.
Okay.
His brake light. Car made a sudden U-turn at that exact moment because they heard a loud bang.
Checks, Your Honor, be speculation, although she's an expert, she's not an expert in.
I'm gonna allow it.
That would be problematic based on the video.
That would be problematic based on the video. So you're telling us that you know that this person did not make a turn due to a loud bang.
If you're going off the loud bang theory, may I explain?
Yes.
If Mr. Kokomo can hit play, or rewind it back and hit play for a second. You're going to see there's a gentleman or some person walking here. They do not break stride. They do not flinch. They do not stop. They do not jump back. They continue walking towards your loud bang or your gunfire.
Well, actually, they disappear into the bush.
They do.
It's not a bush. It's a shadow. And I went out there and,
There's not trees right there? I've been out there too, Miss.
okay, I've been out there too, so they're like walking through, but they don't break stride, they don't jump, they don't run back, they don't run from the gunfire. So if it was gunfire enough to make a car stop, pull a U-turn in the middle of the road, that would certainly be, and using your theory, make a person get taken aback a little bit and run away.
So who's that person?
I went out there and canvassed. That's an area where it's there's a large homeless population. It's very transient, and there's also a Greyhound bus station right there.
So you didn't talk to this person?
I did
You're
not.
saying that they didn't break stride and all that. You've never talked to that person. You've never identified that person.
Could not. I tried.
Okay, but again, I'm going to ask you, and if your answer is really no, then that's fine. You're telling us, you're telling the jury that you, as the determiner of facts, have determined that that person did not make a turn because of a loud bang.
Consistent with the person walking that would be outside of a vehicle that had no reaction at all. That's what that would lead me to believe. And I didn't charge this case, so I'm not the determiner of facts.
All right, let's talk about something else while we got this video. Mr. Kokomo, if you could just play. I want you to pause for a second, Mr. Kokomo. I want you to pay real close attention to Mr. Drinks' car.
Okay.
His brake lights. And you see the other car pull up a little bit more?
Correct.
And you see the brake light go once, on and off?
Correct.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Drinks was shot twice.
Correct.
And you're aware that the fatal shot was to the neck.
Correct.
Specifically, it was through the basilar part of the occipital skull.
I don't know that. I know it was in his neck.
Okay. And as an investigator, as the investigators you sit here today, did you find the brake light going on and off significant?
I saw the light going on and off, yes.
You don't find it significant?
I'm not a medical examiner, but
Okay. Cool. Have you spoken to the medical examiner in this case, Miss Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley?
No, I have not. I'm
Okay,
not the
and-
homicide investigator.
All right. Are you aware that Dr. Sims Stanley testified that upon being shot
Objection.
in that exact spot,
Hang on just a second.
Improper question with a lack of foundation. And she can't listen to testimony to know what the doctor would have testified to. And she said she has not spoken to.
Overruled.
that the loss of any control over your body parts would be instantaneous.
Okay.
Okay? And that if shot in that exact spot, no one would have the ability to lift their foot on and off the brake.
Okay.
Have you spoken to Dr. Stanley about that?
I've already said I have not.
Okay. Did you know that she called that a medical impossibility?
Objection, that's improper with a lack of foundation. So this was the speculation.
Those two objections are overruled.
Objection, facts not evidence of mischaracterization of her testimony.
That objection is also overruled.
So, how long had, and we can rewind it, Mr. Kokomo. I want to know how long after Mr. Stillwell in that white Audi had left Mr. Drinks, how much time passed between that moment and when Mr. Drinks' brake lights are going
A couple of seconds.
on and off? Well, we're going to, Mr. Kokomo is going to let us figure this out. Right now, that's Mr. Stillwell next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
Yes.
I'm so mad we don't get the video live.
And Mr. Stillwell's leaving now at 1:02:26. And the brake lights have now gone off at 1:02:45. 19 seconds to be exact, correct?
Sure.
All right. That car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the brake lights were going on and off is also the car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the car pulled a U-turn, correct?
I don't know if I would characterize it as on and off, like multiple times, but that was the car that was a little bit further back from his car, yes.
Okay, and that's the same car that was next to Mr. Drinks at the time of the U-turn, correct?
Staggered behind Mr. Drinks, yes.
Okay. Have we identified that car?
You keep asking me about the homicide investigation. Unfortunately, with APD, we're not allowed to be in, like, may I finish? I can't answer your questions about Detective Hogan's homicide in full.
So you don't know if anyone used LPR readers to determine the license plate of that car that was next to Mr.
You would
Drinks?
have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, and we don't know who the driver of that car is, do we?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay. Has the headliner from that car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the brake lights were going on and off, when the other car was doing a U-turn, has that headliner ever been collected?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
What are the gunshot residue test results from that car?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, it's a good time to pause for lunch. So let's be back at 1:40, please.
Yak looking fresh again. This is absolutely Sylvia's feed. She's the only one who still has it up. So I'm not sure what happened.
All right, anything we need to put on the record or any reason we need to come back before 1:30? 1:40, sorry.
Nothing from the state, Sharon.
Okay, see y'all at 1:40.
Child, that was a mess. Absolutely. Shout out to Miss Sylvia. That was a mess. I texted him to ask what happened. He ain't responded yet. I text Maurice. Danny, tell your baby, hey. I want to know what y'all think. I think Max did well. I think we got a couple clips. Let me see if I can pull them up so we can refresh what happened. Shout out to Peach Milkshake. I think she was tagging it. Ciao. That was a lot. That was a lot. I think he's doing well, and I think that this is what matters in my opinion, right? Poking holes in her credibility. After that cross-examination, right? Do you still as a juror, are you like, yeah, I believe everything she said, right? There was 3 days worth of direct examination of that witness. They put out a lot of information, a lot of text messages. Some of that you leave feeling like, oh my gosh, like maybe they did that. And then he gets up and starts poking holes in her credibility. Is she believable? Is she an expert? Did she steal the dang on watch? Shout out to Doug Weinstein. He put the picture up of her with the watch. And they've already been building to the watch is missing. So now it's okay, little breadcrumbs. Oh shoot, the watch is missing and she had it. Okay. And then Max comes up there. And first of all, the 24 M's, so you know that an affidavit is under oath. And you know that you put this in the affidavit and circled it. And then did what? Showed Uzi with the diamond in his head. And then her demeanor, right? Her attitude. The reality is likability matters. Professionalism matters. If you're a juror and you're seeing this detective, this investigator, who's this gang investigator that can barely compose themselves as they're being asked questions, girl. And the reality, this is the other thing. The reality is we all watch Law and Order. We all consume ourselves with true crime and stuff like that. And so when you are presenting evidence and the real evidence you have is just Instagram, but when it comes to the physical evidence, that's all lacking. The headliner, there's no gunshot residue. Even the gun you want to point out is not a gun that could have been used in the shooting because it doesn't shoot those bullets. All of that, I think, starts to play into her credibility. Now, can I trust anything you said? No reports. You know Max gonna call out a report every chance he get. He gonna tell you he represents Shannon Stillwell, and he gonna tell you ain't nobody in APD got a report. Every single time he can. That man gonna tell you that. Insta crimes. It's hilarious. Yeah, man, listen, that credibility starts to be a problem when you are up there and they are poking holes in everything that you've said and bait. Like that starts to look real iffy. Okay, I think, shout out to Peach Milkshake. Let's go back to, because some of what Max was saying.
Thank you, guys. I
Oh,
didn't know I was muted. I apologize. I didn't know I was
I'm gonna
muted.
mute her.
We are on lunch now. We're on lunch until 1:40.
I feel bad because I'm using her stream, but I'm gonna mute her. Is that rude? I don't mean to be mean, but I'm gonna mute her. Although if y'all want to go listen to what she has to say, please go support her channel because obviously that's the stream that we're using. So it's absolutely no shade. That's not the angle at all. Let me see. Oh, and I have been posting stuff as we've been going. Ivana Young became a new member. Thank you for that. And then Kelly Darling, okay, gifted 5 memberships and then another 5 memberships. So thank you for that. I meant to say that. All right, I want to go to, because one of the things that we were missing when that stream went down at the worst possible time. Why did it go down at the worst time? He got live. Anyway, I wanted to play the video again because some of what we were missing, he was talking about the brakes, right? Going on and off after Shannon's car and Nichols' car drove off, the brake is still going. So let's just play a couple clips. And again, shout out to Peach Milkshake for clipping these for me. You're the best, right? Oh, is it from my own stream? That's hilarious. It's always really weird to see my own face. Hold on. I think it's this one.
That car suddenly made a U-turn.
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making 3-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flash off this.
A muzzle. Mr. Sharp, I'm going to explain to you when you're, I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it. When you go to the range, example, to fire your weapon.
What car was next to Mr. Drinks when that car suddenly made a U-turn?
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making 3-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flap.
Again, seeing my own face is hilarious. Let's go to the 24 M's on the head.
What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world
Yeah.
as an organization, and it could be a play on words or a play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24M on a racial expletive head. It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way, yes?
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge
You believe that?
about what was being discussed, would you? What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world
Yeah.
as an organization, and it could be a play on words or a play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24M on a racial expletive head. It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way, yes?
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge about what was being discussed, would you? What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head?
Let me unmute. I think what's so crazy, and again, I think he's just poking holes in her credibility, because when he shows you little Uzi Vert's diamond on his head and makes the clear connection to you that this is in reference to that, and then asks you straight up, now that you have this information, would you still say this in the affidavit? Would you still say this? And she's like, yeah. Girl, what? You know, we can hear you. like standing, I stand by what I said. Continuing to stand by what you said, even in the face of information that contradicts what you first believed, is bold. Is bold. I don't know why you would continue to do that instead of, it's better for you in that moment to say, you know what? I didn't really know that, but you make a good point. My bad. I was wrong. That woman stood 10 toes down and said, yes, I would still say that. I would still circle it in red and draw attention to it from the judge. Girl, I can't believe she did that. That was surprising for me. What other clips we got in here? I don't know. That's a choice. And he did say, in I'm black, I could say it, in a nigga head. Look, they got me saying racial expletives. I can say it. But anyway, the fact that even the difference, right, on a head versus in a head is different. She's not very likable, Sway. She's not very likable. It does feel a little, these are going too fast now. Personal. It's coming across as personal. And that's wild. Yeah, that's wild. Also, I should do a vote, because tell me what y'all think. Don't stone me, but Max highlighting, right? The conversation is he was searching, right? Shannon was online searching the news stations regarding this Windsor shooting. Oh my gosh, he was searching. And the point Max is trying to make is people informed him of the shooting, right? His grandmother and the girlfriend. But when he brought up the grandmother specifically, I thought that was a choice to bring it up, because grandma said, please tell me you ain't out there shooting no Windsor. Could that not go both ways? Because in my mind, I'm like, ooh, the fact that you're calling, I mean, obviously he knows what he's doing. I'm not a lawyer. We all know that. I just, as I heard it, I said, oh, that was an interesting choice because it's almost calling out the fact that grandma was like, boy, was this you? Because it could have been you. So was it you? I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I'm curious if anybody else was like, oh. What y'all saying? Jaleisha says, no, she said, please tell me you're not over there because there was a shooting. Could have been concerned. Oh, did I hear it wrong? Okay, that's when I was in the car too. So, okay, don't give me the line. Okay, so, okay, you guys took it differently. Listen, I'm not Viverito. I'll admit if I misheard, okay? And I was in the car, so, okay. Please tell me you're not in the area. She's trying to make sure he was safe, not in the fact of like, did you do this? Okay, understood. Okay, understood. First of all, Gaston, I was not texting and driving. That's when I had signed her in and I was running out of the center. First of all. Okay. Okay. I see y'all. And I think I got another member. Shout out to Don White for becoming a member. Thank you for joining us. What was another one I wanted to go back to? Oh my gosh. I think he's doing what he needs to do as far as poking holes in her credibility. The first thing that happened about the scene and the sea and the city. Because I wish I had the clip about that. Because she said scene. She said scene on direct. She made it sound like they had left the scene, right? They did the crime and then rode back around by the scene. That's literally what she said. And then today it was to go see. And then he said it was city. That again, you can't be up here being a liar, bro. We can see you. Yeah, that was wild too. It feels like her ego's a little big. It feels like her ego is big and therefore she's not, you're more likable if you're like, dang, my bad. But if you stand 10 toes down when somebody has proven that you were wrong, everybody is like, what can we trust? I imagine. I'm not a lawyer or a juror in this case, but I imagine it would be like, what can we trust of what you're having to say? Child, this is not going well. I don't feel like this is going well. This is your last witness. This is your last chance. And the last witness, he is poking this many holes in their credibility to tie up your case. Hey, I know that Beyonce reference. She got a big ego. Yeah, that's a good reference right there. Good one, Angelo. Yeah. That's whew. What they saying on X too, because I missed it. There was other stuff. I think y'all be funny. Ciao. I know that's my other thing. Now that he's poking all these holes, Hilton gonna do redirect for so long. She about to try to fix everything that. Here's the other thing I was thinking, right? This your last witness, you're closing out. It feels like heavy in my mind that realizing this is your last chance to try to prove your case. So she might stall. Hilton might start asking stuff she shouldn't be asking just to try. Like, this is your last go at it. Once you say the state has rested, the state has rested. And hopefully for you, you've done all you can to prove this case. You've had a year. We are almost at a year. Have you done all you can to prove this case? I can see why she would just be stalling and asking a bunch of stuff because it's your last go. And once you're done, you're done. And Weinstein already said he's not presenting. He has no case to present. And I don't know if Max is, but like, if they both say no, nothing, no witnesses, your case was what you got. Is that something you can stand by? Fonnie Willis in your office, is this the case you're going to stand by and say, we did that? Yeah, we got justice for y'all, victims, family members. We did that for y'all. Ooh. After a year, girl, child, let me tell you, this is tough. This is tough. Yeah. You know, Love's been gone for a while. Oh, was your name Bariqua? I like it. Love's been gone for a while. It's giving she's gone. We may not. No one knows, obviously, what happened. It's not like they publicly, because the last thing we really heard was the letter that Fonnie Willis happened to CC the judge on to say that I'm proud of you. You do amazing. You're great. That's the last thing we heard. But then she disappeared. So maybe it was for her mental health. Maybe Fonnie said, hey, this is not good for you. You should go somewhere else. Maybe it's for other reasons. We don't know. But the reality is she's been gone. I'm not going to say she was asked to sit down because I don't know. I haven't seen that confirmed. What is confirmed is she is absent. She is no longer in this courtroom. I don't know what that means. You can infer. You can infer. You can do what you want with that information, child. That ain't my business. See, look at y'all. It's given demoted. I'm not saying, I don't know. There was something else she gonna pop up on closing. This is what I will say. She's not a good storyteller. That's the truth. And that's not shade. That's reality. She's not a good storyteller. And I don't think that she has strung this case together. If it was her strategy to do this case this way, it was not a good strategy. The information is not succinct. It doesn't make sense. It's been out of order. It has been hard to follow until Max Sharp gets up there and retells a story. That's when stuff starts to make sense. It has been very difficult to follow. So maybe that was on purpose to let's just confuse everybody the whole time and then we'll see what happens. Maybe that was it. I don't know, but it was very hard. You know what? What's really interesting, Yaya is saying, how do you think the jury will take to them calling or not calling witnesses? I think in my mind, right, if I was a juror and just, watching this case, other cases, I think you always look forward to, the defendant's case, like, yo, tell us what y'all got to say, right? They don't have to, right? And the judge instructs them, you can, hey, they don't have to. And the defendants don't have to testify. You cannot hold that against them. That's their business, right? But after a year of testimony as a juror, I would probably be thankful if they didn't have witnesses. I would be like, this is why I like y'all. Because y'all don't even have to rebut the year's worth of chaos. So it's going to be interesting how the jurors take either Sharp putting on a case or not. I think that's going to be very interesting. So jurors, if you guys are out on lunch and happen to be in the I'm Not a Lawyer But stream and you want to talk about it when the case ends, just DM me. I'm Not a Lawyer But all the platforms. We can bring you on. Would love to chat. Yeah, I know Weinstein said he's not, but Sharp has not said. And we have never, I think somebody asked me this the other day and I saw Thugger Daily say it too today. So I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. We've never seen their witness lists, right? Steele publicized, like his was filed. I have posted in my Patreon the Jeffrey Williams witness list, the list of witnesses that they were intending to call when it was their turn to present their case in chief. We saw that. We've never seen a witness list for either of these defendants ever. So I don't know if the point is that's because they were never going to call any, or if the point is they just hadn't gotten it yet, or they wanted to keep it under wraps. It could be a number of things, but I've never seen one for them. I think I had another new member as I was scrolling up too. Sarah Parker, come on with the R's, Parker. Shout out to you for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. That's the other thing, right? Well, you're like, ooh, thank you for not making us sit here longer. I don't know. I think that's tough. That's tough. Oh my gosh. The stream is still not back. Let me check on Kathy. Oh, Kelsey tagged me. And she says, we have a backup broadcast unit being rushed to the courthouse. Send prayers and good vibes. Oh, Maurice didn't respond to me. I hope I didn't add to his stress. I'm sorry, Maurice. I don't want to add to your stress. She probably texted him crazy. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have texted him. Now is not the time. That man is probably stressed the heck out. Kat said, Mel, do you think the state had a strategy? I give them too much credit. I do. That's probably fair. They probably didn't. They were just going as they go. Melanie says, they focused so much on Thug, not realizing that they had nothing. You know what? I agree with this. And I also think this is the flaw. Letting your ego get in the way is bad, because even at this point, they could amend. They could be like, you know what, Judge? We was wrong on some of this. So we want to dismiss. They just did plea deals. They could have been like, yo, right? Put your ego down and say, yo, we're not doing a good job. And actually, some of the stuff y'all are raising makes sense. It's not. Let's fix this. So we gonna take these away, but we still think you did this. So we gonna keep pressing on like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess they did a little bit. Well, I don't know if that was Harveying and Nicole Westmoreland lawyering, or if that was the state kind of, relinquishing. But, Nichols, those charges got dropped. So I don't know. They've been interesting. Let me read some of y'all stuff. Blue says, I want Max to put on a case, only calling the investigators and asking these questions. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Brandy says, if anything, I would want them to call in a video analyst to analyze the video. That's a good one. Another member? Shout out to Kenosha. Am I saying that right? Thanks for joining. Welcome. I know. See, this is why I feel bad. Thinking about how many people text Maurice, that's terrible. Here's what I will say, LaTanya, because I do have YouTube memberships and Patreon. I know a lot of people are not like Patreon people. So I wanted to open it up. And so I try to do my lives when I do lives that are Patreon only for them to be YouTube as well. This is the biggest difference. I get a lot of documents because I like to read them and I make videos on them. And so if you like to read documents, lawsuits, things like that, okay, that are not always available to the public, Patreon is the better platform, okay? Like Diddy stuff, I probably posted 3 or 4 Diddy documents yesterday. I don't even know some of the most recent lawsuits, but I post some stuff I don't make videos on. I also post those documents in my Patreon. So if you want both things, and particularly like you're interested in actually reading stuff yourself, I will say that Patreon is, if you're like video based and you're like, girl, I don't care, just give me the videos, YouTube could work for you. But Patreon, I put documents in there. Let me keep reading. Kelsey, I agree with this. The strategy was Glanville was always there to save the day. I agree with that. You can go back and look at Miss Sylvia's because she caught it all. Caught what all? I was on her. We went to hers immediately after. Did I miss something? We went on Miss Sylvia's well, not immediately. We freaked out for a second. Their case has been so much better since she's been out. I agree with that too. Talk to me. Keisha D says, I think they did have something, just not what they were prosecuting for. Fair enough. Man, this is the other thing. Y'all, yesterday, this woman said, explain to me how she said on the stand that YSL don't have no structure and no leaders. There is no structure in YSL. And yet, they were prosecuting Jeffrey Williams for being the leader of YSL. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. This is the other thing, T-Friend, I agree. One of the things that's confusing for me, particularly about hybrid gangs in general theory, it makes sense to me. Like, oh, okay. It don't feel like a gang. When you say hybrid gang, that just feels like a community. You know what I'm saying? Like that feels like an after school program because it's people from everywhere. Because one of the things, I'm not a gang member. Okay. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a gang member. I'm not a criminal. I'm not any of the things. But one of the things that I believe that matters so much, and one of the things that so many of these people they've called to the witness stand have tattooed on them has to do with loyalty. So much of it, they always talking about loyalty on their neck, on their chest, on their arm, on their leg, on their back, on their butt, it's loyalty. Like so many of these witnesses and these people are like loyalty. So when you are talking when you're talking about a hybrid gang, the problem I have understanding that, and what I would honestly really love to, I should invite a gang member on the debrief, but like explain to me how loyalty, Woody said this on the stand, which makes the most sense. If loyalty matters like the most when it comes to a gang, how could you reflect or rep more than one thing? Because if those people start to beef, who can trust you? Or if you side with us, how do I know you're not really a mole and you taking it back? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and obviously that kind of stuff happens because according to the state, YSL and YFN were both blood members. So if they beefing with each other and they were within the same gang, imagine somebody who is in one gang and in a complete other gang. We start beefing. Obviously that happens. How can I trust you? That is where I have issues understanding that personally. I'm seeing y'all y'all comments. Sorry. Oh, let's see if we can watch the video again. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, TJ said a lot of modern gangs are very loosely organized. You know what? If you watch YNW Melly, they had some gang experts in there too. let me tell you what I was fascinated by in YW Melly. That gang expert said they have like regional like conferences. They have conferences where people come to like LA and they rented out facilities and they have class gang like it's like a blood conference. They have celebrations, they have like classes, they have their book. It's like an official book, a manual. Everybody has the latest edition. I was watching YW Melly like, this is a sorority or a fraternity. This is so interesting. They were talking literally, in my head, it sounded like a fraternity because they were talking about some of the community work that they be doing. I was like, bruh, not y'all talking to the youth, but also claim like that. It was so, these gang experts, I'm telling you, it's always so interesting. Oh, this is my mama, y'all. Color coordinated outreach programs. It's a different type of after school program. Yeah, death over dishonor. That it really confuses me. I'm not even, maybe it does exist because hey, things evolve. Maybe, and shout out to collaboration. If people are more open to collaborating with other groups, that's not a bad thing. I just would love to understand it. Oh, Forever TY says, can you please do me a favor and look at Law and Crime yesterday at 8/17/35 and tell me she didn't say he posted that after someone died in his presence? Let me mark you because I'll have to find it because I don't want to forget that I want to re-show the video. Don says interview Woody. Woody did a lot of interviews, and I understand he's getting paid for them. And shout out to him. He should. I don't have no money. I got your $2, and I appreciate you, Don, for them $2. Because I'm gonna tell Woody, look, you can get all my YouTube money from today. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think they've already said that they're gonna that I honestly haven't seen watched a trial where there wasn't a motion for somebody didn't move for a directed verdict. I have not seen that happen. I have not seen somebody not ask, is what I'm trying to say. The defense not ask. I know. He was right on some stuff. He said a lot of things, but he was right on some stuff for sure. I'm not a lawyer, a criminal, or a judge, or a DA. I'm a hybrid, so I'm all of them. That part. That's about right. That's about right. As that. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, somebody said, oh man, this is going too fast. I keep missing it. Okay, S. Dot again is saying, look at the gas station video. I also have never seen a directed verdict actually granted. I should say that. I have never watched a trial where the defense didn't ask for one. I've also never watched a trial where a judge actually granted one. So it starts to just feel like a part of the motions. Like, hey, at this point, we're going to ask. We're going to ask. I've never seen a judge actually grant one, though. For sure. Okay, let's see if I can, let's see if we can watch the video again. On Law and Crime before they went out. Oh, Christy says, I actually did see one where the judge granted a directed verdict. Oh, which trial was it? That's so interesting. If you remember the trial, let me know, because I would love to understand the evidence that was presented. I would love to see the state's case and then see why like the judge got to the directed verdict. I'm so curious. This is the problem. I still think Bruce Harvey's motion was such a good one because his point was you are not informed enough. You haven't been here, so you don't have enough information. I mean, I think she's seen enough. She's seen a lot, but I still think it's a good point. I don't think that she has even if she were to, like, you haven't been here enough to know if they actually deserve one or not. I don't think she's actually going to grant one, if we're being honest. But Peach Milkshake, can I ask you a question? I want to do what S-Dot is saying. Find the video of the other white car that pulls up to the gas station and the guy gets out the front passenger to get in the back. Oh, yeah, but wasn't that was is that Boyer? S-Dot, are you talking about Boyer, who was in Nichols' car, or is it another car that you're referring to? I watched Travis Rudolph. I don't think that was a directed verdict. He was found not guilty. That was the first TikTok recap. Literally, I'm not a lawyer, but my very first I'm a lawyer but video was the Travis Rudolph trial. And he was found not guilty. Remind me. I mean, say more about this. Thank you, Tiffany Gehring. Oh, okay. Never mind, Peach Milkshake. Let me just go to it. Let me do what S-Dot is saying. Let's do what S-Dot is saying so we can see. You said it was you said it was yesterday, right? 162? Excuse me. 162, right? Let me go back to your message. So where was it? You said 8. Oh, somebody else just put it. It was 8/17 or something. 8/17/35. Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to understand. 162. Let me put this up. 8/17. Okay. Okay, let's play this and see what happens. This is 162. Make sure my volume is
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, I think the witnesses had sufficient time to view it. So then, thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Do you recognize what's been marked as 60 VV?
Yes, it's a video of his story in its entirety.
Okay, and is that the way you saw it on social media?
It was both a video that was submitted in discovery and a photo that was submitted. The relevant portion of that would have been relevant to our investigation was that you're posting a video the day after somebody's murdered in your presence.
We haven't even gotten there yet. Do you recognize
Yes.
that video? Okay, Your Honor, I would move to admit DS60 into evidence.
Admit it.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Is he about to play it? The gas station yet?
Yeah, maybe you're posted before it's published.
Yes.
Oh, that's when the day ended. No, wait, that's how yesterday ended. So that's how the day right there. Oh, I missed it. Okay, let me rewind again. Let me rewind because apparently I missed it. Wait. Okay. Everybody, shh.
Start from the beginning. Go.
We're gonna hear the audio.
We can. Do
I mean,
you?
yeah. So that is a screen. Oh, can I explain?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, I think the witnesses had sufficient time to view it. So then, thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Do you recognize what's been marked as 60 VV?
Yes, it's a video of his story in its entirety.
Okay, and is that the way you saw it on social media?
It was both a video that was submitted in discovery and a photo that was submitted. The relevant portion of that would have been relevant to our investigation was that you're posting a video the day after somebody's murdered in your presence.
Oh,
We haven't even gotten there yet. Do you recognize
she did.
Yes.
that video? Okay, Your Honor, I would move to admit
She
DS 60 into evidence.
Admit.
she did say in your presence. Ooh. Girl, you can't say definitive statements like this. The whole point is that and why would she say in your presence and they're saying this is why they don't even have the freaking theory together. She's saying Shannon posted that. Well, okay, but then the next day, or actually, Hilton says the theory is that that Garlington was in the passenger seat and he reached over and shot him. They don't know that. They don't know their theory. They don't know their theory. Because at some points they've said, actually, Hilton said we can never be 100% confident because we were not in the car. So they acknowledge they don't know what the heck they think happened. They don't know. No, he said, he was talking about the song, right? The song that was posted, but they took a screenshot of the lyric, but not the fact that he had posted a whole song. It was Nichols. Are y'all sure? Let me go one more time. I thought it was. Oh, you're right, because there's the post right there. Yep. Because there's the post right there. It was Nichols' post. See, I'll be wrong. I'll be wrong. But they took that screenshot when he had posted a whole song and you just clipped this. And so again, the context of it all for completion, it was a whole song. Y'all are on it. Listen, that's why I don't do lives. I do recaps because then I can be sure what I'm saying. Okay, let's go to, this is from yesterday. And I wanted to go back to the video. Oh, I can go back to today though. We can go back to the video from today. S dot again. S dot got all the things, child. The video is when Hogan was on the stand, and if you type in gas station video for YSL and go all the way up to 1925, you will see the seat change. Oh, that's what I thought. That's what I thought I was pulling up for you. Okay. So if you type, are you saying go to YouTube and type this in? I love that this is a group effort happening right here. Go to the and type in gas station video YSL. Gas station, oops. Gas station video for YSL. Wait, I want y'all to be a part of my search with me. Enjoy this with me. This one, long crime. And go all the way to 1925. You will see the seat change. Well, this video is only 1924. So that can't be right, right? Yeah, that's not going to be it. Okay. Oh, wait. Are you talking about this one? No, that's only 4 minutes, so it's not that. I don't see the video you're talking about. I'll just find your name if you put it back in there, S. Dot. You said, yep. Which video? S. Dot, I'm about to send you the StreamYard link so you can help me because I don't know what you're saying. I mean, very obviously, send the link to the video. It's Law and Crime. The first one, but it's not, it's too short. You're saying this one is too short. Okay. Just play the first one you clicked on. I'm going to just play it until S. Dot say more. Let me
Did you see the individual that got out of the white vehicle and turned to the store in this car?
Yes.
Should I speed it up? Oh, it's already sped up. What is this?
For the record, which individual walked out of the white vehicle? Was the individual in the beige?
No.
Person that we have with a beige jacket and the green hoodie underneath.
Okay. Let's just,
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That car? Or that one over there?
And based on your observation, had this white car been sitting for a few minutes at this point?
Yes.
And is the Audi still over here,
Yes, ma'am.
off camera?
That's correct.
Wait, I'm past 1709. Let me go back again.
In the white vehicle, both at the pumps.
Okay, are we paying
You still see the red vehicle and the white vehicle.
Are we
both
paying
at the
attention
pumps.
to this
Yes.
car? Because this person gets out, and you must be talking about this car, and gets in the front. So the person, whoever's in there, probably crawls over. This must be the car you're talking about.
And based on your observation, had this white car been sitting?
Can y'all
for a
see
few minutes at this point?
Yes.
Mouse? This one.
And is the Audi still over here,
Yes, ma'am.
off camera?
That's correct.
Replay it again. I'll replay it one more time, but when they leave, I want to see when this car leaves too. Okay. No, that's not them. Okay, he's leaving now though. But Drinks is still here.
And it's a red car pulling off.
Yes.
Okay, now he's leaving.
And are we at?
See the red car pulls out on Windsor Street, exit. The Audi follows directly behind.
Okay, but that car left. I saw him get out and go to the driver's side, but he pulled out before Drinks's car. Oh, are you saying keep playing?
And then the white Ford Fusion falls in behind the Audi.
And was that everything of note to you on the BP gas station video?
Okay, and then I hear people talking about the white Charger. So I'm going to rewind again, and this time we can look for, every time you watch this video, there's something else to pay attention to. Watch it again and pay attention to the white Charger. This one, right? Charger you're talking about. I'm still looking at the other car, top right. Okay. And the Charger.
Based on your observation, has this white car been sitting for a few minutes at this point?
Yes.
Charger's there.
And is the Audi still over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Off camera.
Charger.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to be looking to see if the Charger comes back out. That's not the Charger. It is too many white cars. Get different color cars, people. I don't see the white. Have y'all seen the Charger come back? Okay, homeboy that switch seats is leaving. I haven't seen the white Charger again, guys. Am I missing it? Oh, that one? Oh, that one. Does he come in? No, he doesn't. That was the Charger, though. It looks like.
The red car pulling off.
Yes.
Okay, red car is pulling.
And are we at?
See the red car pulls out on Windsor Street,
Is that the Charger again?
exit. The Audi follows directly behind.
Yes.
And then the white Ford Fusion falls in behind the Audi.
And was that everything of note to you on the BP gas station video?
Yes.
I feel silly. I'm like, Okay. Where's my clip? Okay. Ooh, y'all. He slow rolled by the gas station. And I'm curious why Buddy switched seats. Yeah. The one S-Dot called out, that guy switched seats. The person who was in there doesn't get out. They apparently just move inside the car. And then the Charger pulls in, immediately goes out, and then circles again. Okay, now I'm going to do the FedEx. Because, I mean, to the point y'all are making, later on, that third car is another white car. So both of the cars in that video, obviously white. So Okay, hold on. Let me present. Let me tell y'all what's funny. Y'all put this much effort into your regular jobs. Because how none of us are, this is the I'm not a lawyer crew, okay? How none of us are lawyers, but we put this much energy and effort into being acting like we are, okay? How are we spending our spare time trying to help actual, hey, we're not lawyers, but we want to tell you about something. Listen, okay? Folks be at work watching the trial, not giving a date. Forget your meeting. Chart is on cross. Why are you asking me questions about Excel sheets? The state's about to rest today. Listen. Listen. I'm at work working on this. Y'all, there's work to be done, but this is the work you are doing. Okay. Freedom boys. Don't even live in Atlanta. Okay. Talking about Fulton County. This is hilarious. This trial. Wait, Dee said I'm currently in a meeting and told that my camera broke it. That I called off when I heard police were made, so I didn't miss anything. That is so funny. Listen. Katie said I took off work one day to watch Cross. This funny, okay? Okay, all right. Let me pull it up. Let's watch the FedEx video because we're all investigators, gang experts, and lawyers. Obviously, we know what we're doing around here. Obviously. Okay, hold on. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Cheyenne.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
Let me put myself at the bottom. I wish I could, wait, can I zoom it? Is that a thing I can do? Oh, that's going the wrong way. I don't think it's helping. Okay. Let me hurry up so we don't miss when they're back. Okay, that's drinks. First car. That's Stillwell. Also, she was like, that car doesn't look like it's on the side of it. It was so weird. That's the next one.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could pause that video right now. Thank you. Investigator Viverito. At this point in video, as we have it paused, you would agree that Mr. Drinks' red Versa is on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi with tinted windows
Correct.
is in the middle. And you would agree that Mr. Nichols, actually Miss Lewis, Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right, correct?
Either the right or staggered behind it, yes.
Okay. And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
Correct.
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
Pay attention to Drinks' lights.
And your theory is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell shot Mr. Drinks. correct?
I'm not the homicide investigator, so I'm going along with the evidence that was presented to me by homicide. But yes, that's consistent with what Detective Hogan, his case.
Well, you know, he swore out a warrant for Shannon Stillwell for actually shooting Mr. Drinks.
That's consistent with what Detective Hogan had found.
In this video, you could see headlights, correct?
Correct.
Third car, watch the lights. They're pulling off. Watch his lights. Still lit. Still lit.
Okay, pause, Mr. Kokomo, please. All right, so we're paused at 102:36 on this video. At this point, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi is pulled off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Nichols and with Mr. Boyer and Mr. Farley have pulled off.
Correct.
Okay, while they were there at that light with Mr. Drinks, did you observe any muzzle flash on that video?
No, and with this quality of video, I would not expect to see it.
Okay, right. You just see brake lights and traffic lights and headlights, but no muzzle flash. Okay, I got you.
A muzzle flash is much, much, much dimmer than a brake light. Like if you're shooting at night, you're hard pressed to see your own muzzle flash.
Firearms expert again.
I'm telling you, my experience from shooting a fire, and we do take night fire.
Why would he say that?
So let me ask you this. Gunshot residue. You aware that the headliner from Mr. Stillwell's car?
Okay, I'm going to put the stream back up just because I don't want to miss it. But I'm also going to, just because I saw somebody asking. Oh, was I loud again? Sorry. Somebody was asking about the car. And because I meant to make a TikTok recap and I just never did. You guys, I have tried. I don't know why it never works. I don't know what the problem is. I keep the volume up. I don't know why the volume is all the way up on Law and Crime. I have all the volumes already up. So that, because I'm trying not to hurt y'all ears when I come on. Let me pull this up. Just so we're clear, okay? This is the Audi when it was taken, 2 days after the murder? This is the Audi. So that's the driver's side, which you see still has the very dark tint. No tint is messed up. Windows are not damp. It's fine. And that's the driver's side. And I think what they're saying is one of the theories is that Garlington shot from the passenger seat into Drinks. Regardless, it would have had to come through the window or the window went down. And remember when Max first brought this up, Hilton was like, the door could be open. And it was like, girl, what? So yeah, that is that side of the car. And then just in case you guys missed it when it was presented, this is the other side of the car. And you see it also is not damaged. The tint isn't messed up. It don't look messed up. What's that right there? Does that look messed up? That don't look messed up though. Oops. I don't know what that is. But I mean, he's been bringing it up and they've been saying that it's fine. So. All right. So let me pull up Miss Sylvia again. If anybody sees Kathy Rousson say that Law and Crime is back up, let me know. But obviously for now, we can do this. Keisha is saying exit full screen. Okay. Exit full screen. Hover over the settings. Where'd you go? At the bottom, that's where the audio booster will be. You mean on mine? Like on my actual stream versus the one that I'm actually coming from? Say more words to me, Keisha. That firearms expert again was funny. He said, "Oh, so you're a firearms expert again?" Why would you say this? Oh, Fox 5 is up? Oh, Mel, edit fair use banner. Miss Sylvia is striking channels for using her content. Oh, bam, Gina. Let's go to Fox 5. I was all shouting her out like, yeah. Oh, are they back? Oh, I think my mama just texted me. Let me get off of her stream. Sorry, girl. I don't want to be played. They're not back though. Every single time. I don't see you guys. I'm on Atlanta News First. That's the one my mama just sent, but I don't see it there either. And then Fox 5, their stream seemed 41 minutes ago. They're on a different case. When I go to Fox 5, there's y'all can see what I'm looking at. That's Fox 5, y'all. You see? And look, earlier it was
No evidence that
YSL, and then they went black, and then it's this woman.
Was her clothes?
Go to another one. That's Atlanta News First. Also not back. Yeah, I mean, I have Sylvia's channel up. I'm just not gonna stream it, I guess, so that I can see when they're back. Sway. Are we gonna not be able to watch this? I'm sure Law and Crime is doing everything that they can. This is all of us right now. I just said how we all think we're freaking lawyers and experts, and we aren't doing work because we're doing this. And now the stream is out. Use Miss Sylvia as long as I don't mind giving her credit. I post. What's the proper way to give her credit? That's what do I have her number too? I was down in Atlanta getting all the stuff. Let's see. That also would suck because when they were in court, when Kayla went to court, the judge was like, y'all should use her stream. They said use Sylvia's stream. So not being able to use Sylvia's now. Oh, I'm just gonna go to Sylvia. If later on, I don't know what it's gonna mean. I'm not gonna get money from it. Whatever. Oh, Ashley said Google. Let me try that.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can go ahead with your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weinstein. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, I'm well.
So I want to start with some questions that Mr. Weinstein asked you regarding the watch that was in Mr. Williams' home in the closet.
Correct.
Did you steal the watch?
I did not.
Next, Mr. Weinstein asked you a few questions regarding whether or not Mr. Kendrick was inside of the home at the time that the search was taking place. Do you remember a line of questionings regarding where Mr. Kendrick was?
I do.
When the SWAT team made entry, did they clear out the house before you went inside of the home?
They did.
And was that after Mr. Kendrick was apprehended after fleeing the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you made aware of where Mr. Kendrick was found, was apprehended?
Yes.
Where was that?
Outside of the home.
As a part of that investigation, did you ever recover a cell phone from Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
And did you have that cell phone extracted in the same way that we talked about other cell phones being extracted?
Yes, a warrant was drafted and it was extracted by Kevin Leon Packer.
In that phone, did you find any information that was taken on May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. What did you find?
A text message, I believe, saying that I'm at Slime Spot, if I remember. I have to see the text message in front of me, but
So were there any pictures in his phone from that day?
I'd have to look at the dates on the photos. There are photos, but from the home, but I don't know if it's that day.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 534 VV and 534 VVA. Tell me if you recognize 534 VV and 534 VVA.
I do. These are photos from Mr. Kendrick's phone.
And do those pictures have a date on which they were captured on the phone?
May 9th, 2022.
And do they appear to be photos that were taken from Mr. Kendrick's phone after you reviewed it pursuant to the search warrant and the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to admit 534 VV and 534 VVA into evidence.
Those are admitted.
No objections.
And we'll publish in a moment. And is this a picture that was found in Mr. Kendrick's phone?
It is.
Okay. And do you recognize anyone in the picture?
Martinez Arnold.
Right. And who is Martinez Arnold? Which individual is Martinez Arnold?
In the white t-shirt and the black pants.
And if you can just show on the TV screen the date in which it says the picture was, I believe it said it was modified.
May 9th, 2022.
And then did you also say earlier that you saw a text message in the phone on that same date as well?
Yes.
Now, I want to transition to Mr. Shard's line of questioning. Mr. Shard spoke with you in detail about one of the search warrants you drafted. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 530 VV. And I'm going to go to, I believe it was page, unnumbered page 5. Excuse me, unnumbered page 7.
Mhm.
Looking at 530 VV, unnumbered page 7, is this the page that you and Mr. Shard were discussing with the YSL Rule the World Kid 24 mil on the N-words head?
Yes,
And does that appear to look like a page of your search warrant affidavit that you drafted for this particular search warrant in this case?
it does.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit page 530 VV, unnumbered page 7 into evidence.
Can I seek clarification from the state?
Sure.
No objection.
All right, that's admitted. It's just that one page.
Just that one page, Your Honor. And permission to publish.
You may.
And I want you first, is that page, the unnumbered page 7 of 530 VV?
It is.
All right. And are we able to zoom in? The portion that has the circle, that, how did you grab that information and put it inside of your warrant?
I believe it's a screen grab from Instagram records that were received.
And as you screen grab, is that how you place it inside of the warrant?
It is.
Once we get it back up, I want you to read what is the paragraph right above the screen grab. Now, while we're waiting for that, Mr. Shard, do you recall him asking you a lot of questions about writing reports in this case?
I do.
Over the course of these 2 years, have you ever had opportunity to meet with Mr. Shard?
I have not.
Have you been available to meet with Mr. Shard if he had any questions about any information contained in the warrant or March 22 folders or anything that you may have done in relation to this case?
Absolutely have been.
Now, are you able to see and read the paragraph before before the screen grab?
Yes.
Can you please read it?
In a conversation thread from February 4th, 2021 to February 7th, 2021, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million. Jeffrey Williams then tells YSL members to pay him directly, and he pays for everything already for the members. This shows Williams' leadership role within the enterprise, directing the actions of YSL members and obtaining the profits from the enterprise.
At any point in there, did you say that he was given $24 million to try to kill Lucci?
I did not.
Did you infer that in anything that you wrote right there?
I did not.
And is that what you presented to the judge in addition to all the other pages of that affidavit?
It is.
And how many pages is that affidavit?
Several. They're not numbered, so it's multiple.
Now, do you remember? You can take that down, thank you. Do you remember there being a line of questioning regarding Mr. Stillwell's song "Slat Talk" and the verse where it said, I just beat a murder rat, pay my lawyer 30 for that.
Correct.
And are you aware of when Mr. Stillwell was initially arrested on murder warrants regarding Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I know it was sometime in late 2015.
To your knowledge, did he ever receive a bond on that original murder warrant?
At some point, yes.
Okay, do you know when?
I want to say maybe the winter of 2016.
To your knowledge, between 2016 winter and 2019, was there any indictment for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No.
Between 2019 and 2022, was there an indictment for Donovan Thomas?
No.
When did this indictment for the Donovan Thomas murder occur?
May 9th, 2022.
And when did the Donovan Thomas murder occur?
I believe January 10th of 2015.
So if my math serves me correctly, it took about 7 years for there to be an indictment in Donovan Thomas murder.
Correct.
I'm going to now publish the video that Mr. Shar talked about on Direct, which is the full video of the screen grab regarding Quamavius Nichols. Remember, do you know what we're referring to?
I do.
All right. And this is going to be for the record, Your Honor, and we're going to ask to admit 471 VVA into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, that's admitted.
No objection.
And permission to publish.
You may.
That's wipe off the leaves. I don't want any of these sluts from off the street. I fucked her the first night and then I never called again. Next time those out to see me, I was riding with a friend.
I was gonna have my paid private, but you know what? Now I don't give a fuck. But y'all pussy. Don't even come from no fake pay. Come from your real pay. I don't get no fuck, man. Come on, man. It ain't private. It ain't private. I might die. Never get on another fucking roller coaster day in my life.
Oh, you talking about? I don't want to talk. Won't speak on that, I'm too official. I heard your niggas let them choppers off. Strictly about beef. I go to war with any nigga. I heard them say that they won't smoke with us. Ain't got no better nigga, ain't gon' fuck with us. So what you saying is up. I step on any nigga.
And on here where it says 18 hours, would this video have been posted this particular video been posted 18 hours before you screen grabbed it?
Correct. Whatever day, I'm not sure the day of the actual capture, but it would have been 18 hours before that.
And if it said 1 hour, would that video been posted 1 hour before the capture?
Correct.
Now, there was a line of questioning regarding Shell Kell and the 2 shells on his face. Do you remember that?
Correct.
The Christian McMillan and Darius Ford case, is that still an open and pending investigation?
It is.
Are you the lead detective?
I am not.
Have you done additional investigation on that case?
I've assisted on that investigation.
And have you turned that information over to the lead detective?
I have.
And is it up to the lead detective to take out warrants or do whatever next steps in the investigation?
It is.
DeMarco Boyer, when did you confirm that Boyer, let me strike that. How did you confirm that Boyer was at the gas station? How were you able to confirm that information?
There was a call that precedes the call at 9:59 that let me know that they were at the gas station.
And did you ever get phone records to confirm whether or not there was accuracy regarding that call?
I don't believe I obtained them, but I did see them and the results of them.
And to your knowledge, do you know when those phone records were obtained?
It would be a couple months after the indictment, I think. I didn't obtain them, so I'm not 100% sure.
Let me ask you, do you know if it was before or after the indictment?
After.
Mr. Sharp asked you some questions about tinted windows. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Right. Have you ever had any cars tinted, windows tinted?
I have.
And have you ever received instructions after the car has been tinted on what you should do about winding up and winding down the windows?
I have.
Have you always listened to that instruction?
I tried to, yes.
Has there been a time when, and let me ask you, what is the instruction generally?
Don't roll your windows down for 3 to 5 days.
You said you tried to. Have there been times where you have rolled them down before the 3 or 5 day period?
The next morning, getting out of my parking deck, I accidentally rolled down my window.
In your experience, did anything happen to the tint?
It did not.
That fell a little flat to me. The next morning, how many hours later? They're talking about 5 hours after he got it done. You're talking about the next morning. Max gonna say, oh, you're a window tint expert too.
So I want to go to State's Exhibit 437 VV and the call that's on March 15th, 2022 at about 2 o'clock a.m.
To be fair, Max was asking people about their regular everyday experience with window tint too, but it's just funny based off of her testimony. Yes, Max will be able to recross again.
Yo. All right, man. Well, all kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense. Yeah. The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you? Yeah. That's stupid as fuck. So any of you niggas be on the damn hill, so.
We right here. We right here down here.
Yeah, well,
Ride past, trying to see.
I'm finna go get. I'm finna meet up with y'all. Nigga, I'm finna go get a fill up.
Gotta get it filled up for Mike, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm listening.
Huh?
I said, alright, I'm from listening. What's going on?
I just I'm pulling out now. Y'all nigga,
You back, son?
somebody
You
call
say,
me. I was gonna jump in with y'all nigga.
alright. That's what I'm saying. Call when you done.
Alright, I'm gonna get the fill up now.
Alright.
Now I want to pull, are you familiar with the vault page of the actual wiretap information that you receive when you get the wiretap?
Yes, so typical, oh,
Sorry, the PDF pages.
yes.
And earlier, did we talk about yesterday that sometimes within the wiretap there was mapping information?
If it's available, the wiretap will display a map of where the device is at that time.
And is this what the PDF page looks like when you get the wiretap information?
So when you export the wiretap data, this is the PDF form, how it's going to print out and be exported.
And does it have a link for the audio and a link for the map?
Correct.
And is the audio link, would that link us back to the audio that we just heard?
It will allow you to play the call associated with this record.
And then what does the map link do?
It will show you, if it's available, the map of where the device is located at the time of the call.
You click on the map.
We back. We back. Meech, I will block you. Don't you come in here. Don't send me a super chat with that, sir.
And if you can use the pointer. Looking at the map, are you able to see the area or the neighborhood that that it appears that the phone is in?
Yes.
Okay. What neighborhood is that?
Mechanicsville. It'll be all right here.
And where it has the pin drop, is that where the phone is supposed to be located on the map?
It should be within that radius. So it'll give you a radius and say within this many meters, and that judges how big the circle is going to be.
And on the radius, do you see Fulton Street Southwest?
I do.
And do you also see McDaniel Street?
I do.
Is the is I-Windsor and I-20 in this general vicinity of this area?
No, it will be right here.
I'm going to object to vague general vicinity.
Sustained.
Within the map, are you able to see where the I-20 Windsor area is?
Right here.
Are you able to see, court's indulgence for a moment. Thank you. Now, do you recall Mr. Shar asking you about whether or not the phone call that was at 9:59, where the call says get on FaceTime, whether that was, where did you get that time information from?
Yes.
And where was it that you received that time from?
The wiretap itself.
I'm going to publish for you what's already been admitted as 397 VVD, which is the ankle monitor location information. Looking at 397 VVD, do you see a time for 9:59 p.m.?
I do.
And do you see a location for 9:59 p.m.?
464 Windsor.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 397 VVC. Do you see that same address located on 397 VVC?
I do.
Okay. And is that the is that the BP gas station?
It is.
And is that the BP gas station located at Windsor and Fulton Street?
It is.
Is that the same BP gas station that you saw in surveillance video?
It is.
Is that the same BP gas station where the car that was rented by Shannon Stillwell and Demikian Garlington is inside of is at that gas station?
It is.
Is that the same gas station where the white Ford Fusion is in, that DeMarco Boyer is in, at that same gas station?
It is.
And is it at 9:59 that that call comes in that for them to get on FaceTime?
It is.
And in looking at the surveillance video, is that moments before or after the red car in which Mr. Drinks was in is pulling off from that gas station?
I'm going to object to possible speculation. I
Have,
don't know how the video cameras link up.
I think that's an argument.
Do you want to rephrase the question?
Sure. On the surveillance video, do you see at approximately 9:59 from the BP surveillance video, that car, Mr. Drinks' car, leaving the gas station?
I believe Mr. Drink's car leaves the gas station, and the other cars shortly thereafter follow.
And then do they then go to, those cars go to the light that's on the FedEx surveillance video?
Yes, they stop at the light.
All right. Now let's go to the FedEx surveillance video.
Sure.
All right.
I thought y'all said the chat was going too fast. I was trying to slow it down for y'all.
Now, what time is on the surveillance video on the bottom? How much into the video are we at?
1 hour, 1 minute, and 32 seconds.
All right. Mr. Bot, if you can press play, please. Is that the red car approaching the light?
It is.
Right. Is that now the first white car, which is the white Audi, now approaching next to Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And is that the white Ford Fusion then approaching next to the white Audi?
It is.
Okay. And are those cars just all at the light currently?
Yes.
And do we now see cars moving in the opposite direction?
Yes, oncoming traffic is starting to move.
And actually, Mr. Abadi, can we go back to when the cars first get to the light? I want you to tell me, I'm investigating, what time does the red car first get to the light?
One hour, 1 minute and 36 seconds.
What time, and tell me what time the Audi gets to the light?
At the 45-second mark.
And what time does the Fusion get to the light?
52-second mark.
What time does oncoming traffic start?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Are they still at the light?
They are.
What time does this car that's behind pull up?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Do you see the white Audi pull off?
I do.
What time was that?
You may have to roll it back for
Okay,
a second.
if you can pull back for a second.
You may have to go back more because it's already pulled off.
You can go back to 102.11. We'll pause. Do you see the Audi pulling off?
Foot comes off the brake at about 1 minute and 1 hour, 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and they pull off at 1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds or 23 seconds.
And prior to the Audi pulling off, do you see the Fusion make any movement?
No.
Okay, let's go back. Can you go back to 102.15?
Oh, the Fusion starts creeping up.
And what time is that?
It's around like the 17 or 18 second mark.
And is the white Audi going into oncoming traffic?
Yes, it darts into incoming traffic, oncoming traffic.
The lane that Mr. Drink's car in, is that the left turn lane?
It is.
The car that pulled up behind, does that car go left and turn left?
Yes.
And you said that you've been out to this area before.
I have.
Is the middle lane a turn lane?
No.
Is it only the left lane?
Yes.
Now, if we can go back again to 102.15. Now, investigator, I want you to focus on, remember the individual you saw walking in the video before?
Yes.
I want you to focus on that individual walking.
Okay.
And when if you can show the jury when you first see the person walking.
Right there. Or is it not on my screen? It is. Oh, there it is.
And you keep playing. Do you still see the person walking?
I do.
Are they still walking when the car makes a U-turn?
It is. They are.
Can you still see them walking?
It's muffled, but yeah, they're still continuing towards the intersection on foot.
And is Mr. Drink's car still sitting in the left lane?
It is.
Do you still see the individual walking?
You see, surfacing right here. It's very hard to see, but you see the movement right here.
And he's still walking towards the light?
Correct.
I actually agree. I think I can see that.
On Windsor Street, where the individual is walking, what is to the right of where he's walking?
I believe I remember correctly, some bushes or shrubbery, and there may be a wall of some sort. I can't 100%.
Now, we're going to have to go back again to about 1:02:11.
I wish I could manipulate this and so we could zoom in. I did see the movement of the person.
Again, that were all three cars, the Fusion, the Audi, and and Mr. Drink's car all at the light.
Correct.
Now let's focus our attention on the car that pulls up. What time does the car pull up?
At about the 27 to 28 second mark at 1 hour, 2 minutes, 27 or 28 seconds.
And I actually want to pause. Mr. Abadi, are you able to zoom in to that portion now?
Yeah, zoom in.
Zoom if you go back to 1:02:11.
Zoom in, girl. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what's gonna happen is when the jury retires, they're gonna watch this a bunch of times. I think the thing that catches though is the brake lights after Stillwell and Nichols' cars leaves the brake lights, and that what was it? The medical examiner or whoever testified he wouldn't have been able to do the foot pedal if he had been shot and killed by then. I think what she's trying to show is that they killed him before that third car pulled up. Essentially, she's trying to refute what Stillwell Shart is putting across, but it's so difficult.
If it's not working, we can just go back.
The problem with that argument is that person calmly walking, no matter who did it. How can we make video bigger? You in shot. Ashley, say what you're trying to say again.
Thank you. Is that just a zoomed in area of the location that we've just been looking at?
It is.
All right.
Ooh, this is ugly.
And now I'm going to focus on the white car that pulls up.
This gonna hurt my eyes.
Do you see the Fusion pull for it first?
Correct.
Is that the Audi pulling off into traffic?
Correct.
Now, is the white car behind those cars?
It is.
And from here, can you tell if the car that pulls up is behind the car with Mr. Drinks?
No, you can't.
It's like a gap here. It's like the tires are back towards the back of the car.
In the turning lane?
It's in the middle lane.
Okay. Keep going.
Oh, in the middle lane. So she's saying he's beside him.
And do you see the car flash on and off and the car still behind Mr. Drink's car?
She didn't sit behind. I don't. I gotta re-listen. This is hurting my eyes. That I
And
have to take a poll. Look,
is that light red?
It is.
And does the light turn green when he goes to make the left turn?
It is.
Following road traffic
Correct.
or following the correct signals?
Correct.
And is the car still sitting there?
It is.
At any point in time in this video, do you see any muzzle flash?
No.
But was Mr. Drink still shot inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when the Audi that Mr. Stillwell takes off, does he go left as well?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to 397 VVD.
Dita said nobody's disputing he got shot.
And I want to go all the way up to the top initially.
Okay.
This exhibit.
Max is over there. He shaking his chair. This is such a stretch. Just it's hard to see what they're saying.
Now, do you see the top, the categories of the information that's contained within this exhibit?
I do.
Do you see column I?
Yes.
And what does column I say?
Speed.
All right. I want to go back to March 14th, 2022.
It's
And I
actually
want to scroll to when we last looked at this document at 9:59, was he at the location at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
Okay. And at 10 o'clock, was this at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
That's the same BP gas station.
Correct.
All right. At 10:01, was the income miner at 405 Cooper Street Southwest?
It was.
All right. And do you see that column I where it says 17 and 18?
Correct.
All right. And that's in miles per hour, right?
Correct.
Okay. When we go to 10:02, PJV2 plus VR, is that at 18 seconds?
18 miles.
18 miles per hour?
Yes.
Excuse me. And I want you to remember this PJV2 location, all right?
Okay.
The next location, 500 Northside Drive Southwest. How many miles per hour?
90.
And what time is that?
10:03.
Is that 2 minutes after the car is at the, or the ankle monitor's at the PJV2 location?
A minute.
Excuse me, a minute after the PJV2 location,
Yes.
right? I want to show you 397 VVF.
Yes.
It's been a while since y'all approached. I'm happy y'all are. Talk about something. Shake it up a little bit. Yeah, I think so. She's trying to essentially show he was creeping at that time and then sped off 90 miles an hour, obviously, to leave the scene. Essentially, right? That's what she's trying to get at. I don't know. I all you need is reasonable doubt. And I think that that third white car and the timing of that car turning around, making the U-turn, in addition to when Hogan, I think, was on the stand. Was it? I think it was Hogan. And he said, yeah, it's very odd that that car made a U-turn at that point. Like they saw something or heard a shot or something. He's the one who said that, unprompted, mind you, calling that out. And it was, excuse me, after the other two cars pulled away. And you guys don't have an answer for that. It can come, it's reasonable doubt. It starts to be, you know, you don't have an answer to that. He turned around because he realized he was going the wrong way, like, and y'all never could identify who it is. So yeah. And that third car turned left in front of the car. That's true. Shireen is saying that's true. TJ says, I'm sorry. I still think, oh, do you not want me to highlight this? You might not. And I'm not trying to get you bashed in here. I'm sorry. I still think Shannon was involved at this point. Not enough to get a guilty verdict, but it's too much of a coincidence. Would say you. Blue says Hogan was the best because he admitted that he came off as truthful. And that's the other thing. The car makes a U-turn and the man that's walking, that was the first time I saw the continuation of that walk, because previous to this, I thought that the man disappeared. But that was the first time. It hurt my eye. My eyes are strained and I got good eyesight, but it was the first time that I actually saw that the man kept walking. There's just so many things that you can't explain. That's why it's so interesting. Yvonne said, y'all, I'm on mute in a meeting. What happened? They finna call you. It's gonna be your turn to present. You don't even know what's happening. That's funny. I guess I think that's what they're trying to say. The fact that he ended up going left shows that he was behind Drinks' car. And listen, what is most surprising to me is trying to be so definitive that he was behind him. Because when you look at that, you can't tell. Actually, I should rewatch it and we should compare that position. You should almost like put side by side the positioning of Shannon's car versus that car to see what the difference is. Because if you're saying Shannon was to the right of him, okay, let's see how it matches up to this third white car. Because you cannot tell. That's what I am always. How are you guys saying this so absolute that it was behind him? That video is not, you can't tell. I can't tell. That you cannot tell. Y'all say he didn't go left? Ooh. Excuse me. Y'all saying after that car cut, you're saying he didn't go left? You don't think he went left? I thought he cut right in front of him. Am I wrong? Oh my gosh, I don't even want to see this video. I need to watch the
1 hour, 2 minutes, and 11 seconds.
blurred bird. I mean the
Are they
non.
still at the light?
They are.
Okay, third.
What time does this car that's behind pull up?
1 hour, 2 minutes, and 24 seconds.
That car inches up. That car.
You see the white Audi pull off?
I do.
What time was that?
You may have to roll it back for a
If
second.
you could pull back for a second.
Oh, I don't want you to give me time.
Because it's already pulled up.
10211.
Okay, I gotta hurry up and go to the next one. I mean, back to the live. What are y'all showing us? Hurry up now. I want to see the car. Oh, here he goes. Okay. That's the third car. They pull off.
We'll pause.
Comes off the break at about 1 hour.
And movement. Can you go back to 102?
Oh my gosh. I can't do it. She ain't doing what I want her to. Oh, we live. Talk in the mic.
I don't know what Mr. Sharp's going to tell you why he objected. I had already asked the witness the question about the 90 miles per hour. So that question was done. My next question, I asked her to read the location of PJV2. That's it, what was on the spreadsheet. Then that is when Mr. Sharp objected. So that is the objection that's on the floor. At this point, I've asked her to read PJV2.
Well, she is reading off of an ankle monitor report from the ankle monitor company. To the extent that she reads off of it, that's not really my issue. It's when she starts to interpret the data. She doesn't work for that company. I don't know, for instance, the PGV2, whatever, PJV2, I don't expect to hear her testify or what that means, because she's not the ankle monitor person. The ankle monitor person would have been the person to ask about those things. So I don't get.
What is VJV2?
So the next thing that I was going to show her, which was already admitted, is the picture of PJV2, which is a location that's already in evidence.
But how does she? Okay, so
What you were going to ask her to read.
Yes.
Shout out to Meek for the month membership. And here comes drama. Thank you. If you got a membership, say thank you to Here Comes Drama. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Spreadsheet, Your Honor.
Okay.
On here, which I had her read earlier on the spreadsheet, the column has the name, column D has the date and time, column E and F is longitude and latitude, and column G is a location. So before the objection, I believe she was reading, or she had read at March 14th, 2022 at 10:02 p.m., the location PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia. That is what my question entailed. And that was
Okay.
the
And
objection.
she read that?
She
Or
read,
is- okay. She read PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia?
I believe that. if
Or
the
is that
object-
when the objection came?
That might have been when the objection came.
Okay. And then what?
And I was just going to have her read the date and time of that location. Then I was going to show her what has been admitted already as PJV, already admitted as 397 VVF.
That plots that location
Correct.
by the ankle monitor company? Or by whom?
We showed the ankle monitor company that picture as it correlated to this location here. So we printed out Google images of these locations, PJV2, 464 Windsor, which is what I just showed her previously.
By the latitude and longitude?
Yes.
Somebody plotted latitude and longitude
I don't.
on a map
No, we
to get
pulled
that
up-
location?
No. We pulled up the map We went into Google and we put PJV2 plus VR. We just Googled it and we pulled up the location.
So essentially, they want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor. And mind you, the ankle monitor company person is already here. They want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor company to take something that's on the ankle monitor company's Excel sheet and then compare it to a Google printout that the prosecutors printed out, and
That is already in evidence?
that's
You're right,
already in
it's in evidence. It's not, we're not admitting it through her. It's in evidence. The ankle monitor witness introduced it. He
Okay.
introduced it along with the record
Mm-hmm.
of the pictures. And so
Okay.
at this point, when Mr. Shard has
Okay,
challenged.
and then what? So you'll then say, and here's this other piece of evidence that is a plot of PJV2 plus VR.
Is that the location at the light that for the surveillance video that we just observed? Because all of
Okay.
this is in this is all in response to Mr. Shard's cross-examination about what occurred at the light.
Can you put that back up again, please? The thing that was just up. And from this, you are going to have her extrapolate that because at 10:02, his ankle monitor showed him at that location, then what? Because you came up here and were saying this is going to be able to show that the timeline is accurate across all the different devices. How is it going to do
So
that?
the challenge that Mr. Shard made is that the 9:59 phone calls, this started with the phone call at 9:59, which is the wiretap phone call. Mr. Shard asked Investigative Viverito, are you able to know if that is the accurate time?
Uh-huh.
Because of that line of cross-examination, we are now showing Investigative Viverito other admitted evidence that shows a correlation to that 59 time. So when you look at this chart, before we get to the 10:02, which is at PJV2, at 9:59, the
Please
ankle.
put that exhibit back up. Or hand it to me. I'm happy to have a paper copy of it. So now we're talking about 9:59 and not 10:02.
You're right, we're showing Mr. Shard started off at 9:59. Then if you can recall, he went through the entirety of the surveillance video at the FedEx.
Uh-huh.
So that's after 9:59. So what we are showing is other evidence that
he does not dispute that he was at the light.
He disputes
at the same time as Mr. Drinks was.
Your Honor, he disputes that Mr. Stillwell is the person who was shooting. He disputes
You dispute that, girl?
the call at 9:59 was a call to get on FaceTime to shoot Mr. Drinks. We are saying that that call, that FaceTime call, is a call where they said we are getting ready to go shoot the ops. That's why they get on FaceTime. So he is challenging all of that, Your Honor. So what we are showing is at 9:59, if you look here on the ankle monitor, he's at 464 Windsor Street. That is the BP gas station. He
if
then a
the
minute
9:59 is accurate.
Here's
and lined up to, I mean, I don't see how you can establish that 9:59, according to the ankle monitor company, is, spot on to the second. 9:59 according to the wiretap.
But we're saying that it's accurate time, Your Honor, because he wants he's at 464 Windsor, which is where, if you look at the BP gas station video footage, that is when all the cars begin to pull off from the surveillance video at the BP gas station.
But there is no cross-reference
Am
to
I
the
not-
wiretap, which is the point.
But
That's my
the-
only point,
but
is
that's-
9:59 on the wiretap. We don't know when it is on the rest of these devices, and this information does not give us or other surveillance systems.
Agreed.
And
Do
this,
you have him on the video at the BP station talking on the phone and going like this?
We have the wiretap that has him, we believe, the phone plot.
I know you believe it. Do you have evidence to establish it?
Our evidence is
that-
circumstantial evidence that he is at the gas station. Do you mean, do we have direct evidence? No, Your
No,
Honor.
do you have evidence that the 959 that you want is the same 959 on all of the different things that recorded time in video?
That is why we're showing this, Your Honor, because we're trying to show circumstantially that all these times are.
How
together.
are you showing circumstantially that it lines up?
Your Honor, because when we look at the ankle monitor information,
Go
he
back
is
to the
at
video.
The 464 Windsor at 9:59. The call comes in at 9:59. The BP gas station surveillance video has 9:59. So we are showing that all of these things coexist. So the time could not just be off because all of the time are at approximately 9.
That's if he got the call when he was still at the gas station.
Your Honor,
The fact that they all at some point say 9:59 doesn't establish anything if you don't have a video that shows him talking on the phone at 9:59 so that you can go, aha, see?
I see. I see.
Video lines up with the ankle monitor that says 464 Windsor Street. Otherwise, it's just
Right.
what you want it to say, but it doesn't actually, even circumstantially, establish that. You can argue it, but you can't have a witness say, yep, this says 9:59, so that means
but we
that's
didn't
when that.
ask her to say that, Your Honor. We never asked Investigator
But-
Viverito to
but-
say that. We asked
I
her
know,
what
but
time
you were telling me that's what you were
No,
leading up to having her say.
No, it's not, Your Honor. What I said
No, it's not.
I would never have her say, is he exactly on the phone at that time? Because he's in a tinted car, so we don't know. What we know is from the wiretap that at 9:59, there's a phone call. That's what we know.
That
So I
at
can never-
9:59, according to however the wiretap clock was running.
Correct. Your Honor.
Yes,
So
that's
in
what
nobody
let 'em out.
disputes that.
Your Honor, we've stopped talking about
Ms. Hilton, you
9:59.
came up here and said, I'm asking these questions so that I can establish that the timeline lines up for everything.
Yes, Your Honor, the timeline lines up. So
Okay.
at this point, I can show that all of these different devices are around approximately the same time.
I don't think anybody disputes even that it's approximately the same time.
Mr. Shard does. Okay.
You can have her, it's in evidence. You can have her read something, but you cannot have her say, yeah, that means all of these times lined up. Or
I
that
never was
means
gonna have-
9:59 here and 9:59 on the wiretap were the same thing.
We never had her. We were finished with the 9:59, Your Honor. The only thing I had just asked her was about PJV2 when he objected. We were finished with 9:59 about 5 questions ago. So the only thing that Mr. Shard objected to at this time was that she was reading PJV2.
No,
That's
that
what the
she was
objection-
about to interpret.
She was not, and that's the thing.
Okay, well, great. She's not going to.
Okay, well,
That wasn't the state's intention.
Okay,
don't
then
know
I have
where-
no idea why you think any of this is going to establish that all of the times lined up, but.
I'm going to object on relevance grounds at this point because I don't know where we're going, but it seems that they were trying to establish something. They said they're done establishing that, and Investigator Viverito is still interpreting ankle monitor data. So I'm going to object to relevance in 403.
Your Honor, as I stated earlier, Mr. Shard has challenged what occurred at the light.
I know.
So at this point, we're just showing, based on admitted evidence, what occurred at the light, Your Honor. That's all.
Can I ask a question? Why is it improper or not relevant? So if there has been questions and testimony about whether the times for everything sync up, I think has been Mr. Sharp's, his argument the entire time. Well, in the screenshot that was admitted to Detective Hogan and
Okay, I didn't rule that it wasn't relevant. What we discussed up here at the bench was that it's not within the scope of redirect, which is when Ms. Hilton said, oh, yes, it is, because I'm going to be establishing that all of the times line up.
But on cross, he disputed that the 959 from wiretap was anywhere close or could be related to the 959 anywhere else.
Was established as being the same 959, and I have heard nothing that, maybe you could tell me how you can establish that.
So at 9:59, 9:59 when he makes the FaceTime or the call. He is at 464 Windsor Street. Okay, so then you go to your next step.
No, that is, how do we know that he's at 464 Windsor Street?
Says it.
Because some other item of evidence says it, and we don't know that they're all running on the same clock.
That's what we're trying to show you it is, because at 9:59 if everyone would just wait and we'll get to the big ta-da. So at 9:59 on the wiretap thing, it says 464 Windsor Street. On the ankle monitor, on a separate device, at 9:59, Mr. Jackson is at 464 Windsor Street. That correlates. They're the exact same place at the exact same time. At 10:02, it shows that he's at PJVR2, whatever. That's the intersection of I-20 and
That's
the right.
reason.
And then at 10:02 on the FedEx thing, and it says 10:02:17.
I see what you're saying.
Same thing is to show that all the times line up. All this questioning that the times are not accurate, that the times don't sync up. We're proving that they actually do sync up, which is what he challenged Investigator Viverito about this 9:59, and she's just making it up, and all the evidence is being presented as how she wants it to. And now we have physical evidence from different videos that show they actually all do sync up, that they're all running on the same, time width or band, whatever.
I think you can argue that. I don't think that is established. But if you want to have her say,
I think
but
it's
Ms. Hilton says she'll already left 9:59 anyway. So I'm still at a loss as to where we are. But we'll just get her back in and.
I have a motion before the jury.
a motion.
Because unfortunately, it's my job to further tax the patients in court.
What's that?
A motion, Doug Weinstein.
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of Investigator Viverito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been, that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not
No,
pursue
it
that.
did
I'm not.
come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case? Because
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
okay, because
You can ask her that.
I can ask her about her following the case?
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay,
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other stuff from listening to some other witness.
okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why
where-
is that relevant to the guilt or innocence? of
I'm
these
about to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me finish a second. She got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case. And Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mhm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody
gets into
about
her-
their posts.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
What are you proposing to ask?
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway that that was the last time she was going to call her a hoe. It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was going
That
to call?
Kayla, sorry for the pronouns, that Kayla Bumpus was going to call Investigator Viverito
We need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was, or just that somebody.
I think we need to get into who it
Why?
was.
Why?
Because she's married to Mr. Jackson.
Well, was she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah.
Whitaker. That's me.
Well, it does.
Whitaker.
This is relevant. Whatever is happening between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Jackson, this has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence.
Unfortunately, the bias of a witness. Well, fortunately, or I strike that. It is not fortunate or unfortunate, except for the fact that it is dragging this case on even longer. But a witness's bias towards a party may always be shown.
If she is in a dispute, if she's
Don't
in,
talk at the same time.
Kayla Bumpus is not a party to this incident. Kayla.
Yes, but if she's married to one of the parties, then that might qualify.
If I
Here.
just maybe concur, I don't know. I'm not the proponent of this evidence. I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out. but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted. I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein's saying because I may have an objection myself.
What I'm saying is that if there is a relationship between Miss Bumpus and the defendant, then investigator Viverito's bias against that.
Against being called a bad name?
No, if she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
that's the last time you're going to call me a hoe. I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
You guys.
You may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe somebody told her. So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury before we go into something that ends up being a bunch of nothing?
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up when the jury wasn't here, Your Honor.
So can we also bring up before we go into the side searches, the fact that Ms. Bumpus represented Mr. Copeland, we're about to open up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything. I mean, do we know whether, we don't even know whether she's actually married to him or if she was married to him at the time, or if Miss Viverito knows that, or if it was because of any kind of bias against Mr. Stillwell, or just that she doesn't like being called that name.
Well, and no one would, Your Honor, obviously. But if she is in an altercation with someone in a relationship.
What do you mean by altercation?
A verbal altercation.
Okay. I mean,
You know,
a
if there's-
verbal, that's
if
the
there- I
last
don't-
time you're going to call me that?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the last time you're going to call me that? That's not exactly an altercation. Is that,
Okay.
is that all you've got?
That's all I have.
Okay, that's it. I think that this is 403 material.
There we go. One for the stick.
Hoisted on my own petard, Your Honor.
Correct. All right, let's get the witness back in and the jury back in.
You guys, they just spent 10 minutes for them to. This is the silliest thing. I hate this trial. It needs to be over. She needs to make it stop today. Defense, don't call nobody. Yeah, this is y'all. Everybody, go do other things. Not this. Y'all can't do this anymore. What? What the hell just happened, Nia? Nia, what is going on? Do something, John. You remember? Y'all remember that little commercial that was so bad? I think it was like Old Navy. And she said, "We in the hood now, baby." YSL is giving that. I'm only putting you up here because you did the super chat. Doug, you gotta stay off Twitter. Y'all gotta stop tagging Doug because now he in court bringing up stuff to Whitaker. She finna put him out. Shannon looks pissed. Doug is laughing. Yak wants to laugh. Max doesn't know what world he's in. It's the most unserious trial I've ever seen in my life. Don't ask me to recap another trial ever again in my life. I'm not doing it. This is silly. Also, what the hell is Kayla and Viverito in the hall getting into it for? Y'all, they in the hallway getting into it. So many levels of chaos. Many levels. Wait, Bobby's old messy self. He gonna talk about, well, apparently they're married, Your Honor. Why you so messy? Weinstein was like, they're in a relationship. Amadi was like, married. I don't know if you've heard, but they're married.
Go ahead, Ms. Holden.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish now 397 VVF. And looking at 397 VVF, do you see that same PJV2 plus VR location that you saw on the spreadsheet?
I do.
Okay. And are you able to tell where that intersection is?
I am.
Where is that?
At Windsor, looks like just north of Rawson or at Rawson.
Now, on Cross, do you recall when Mr. Shard asked you about the handgun that was on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
I do.
And he asked you about 3 types of guns: Springfield, Sig Sauer, and Smith & Wessons.
Yes.
Right. First, let me ask you, do you know if a Springfield makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Do you know if a Sig Sauer makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
And do you know if a Smith & Wesson makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes only. Tell me if you recognize those types of weapons: a 531, 532, and 533 VV.
One is a Springfield XD firearm, one's a Sig Sauer P229, and one's a Smith & Wesson.
And looking at those 3 weapons, are they able to illustrate what you were talking about, the distinction between the Glock 27 as well as these other types of weapons?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes.
Admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Looking at 531 VV, are you able to tell the jury about the distinction you were making between the grip of, say, a Springfield versus the Glock that you were talking about on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, it would be along the bottom part of the grip.
Say it one more time.
Along the bottom part of the grip. Say right. You might have to scroll it up for the jury.
Or can you use the one at the...
Or, I'm sorry, right here. This is straight across, like with a little bit of a piece that comes down towards the back.
And is that distinguishable from what you were describing with the Glock?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 532 VV.
Again, the same thing. You'll see there's something that comes down in the back, but otherwise it's higher up towards the front.
And you have to speak into the mic for me because I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's lower towards the back, higher up towards the front. So it kind of a part that dips down in the back and then comes up.
And for 533, sorry, what kind of gun is this 532 VV?
I believe that's the Springfield XD.
Or 532?
I'm sorry, which one? 532? It's a Sig Sauer P229.
Okay. And then 533 VV.
You'll see again here, there's a piece in the back, but then once you get to the front, it's just straight across.
And then what type of weapon is 533 VV?
That would be the Smith & Wesson. I'm sorry, the 530. Yeah, the Smith & Wesson.
Now I want to go to, and Mr. Kokomo, if you can help me out, please. DS57A, DS57C, and DS58A. And while that's being pulled up, Mr. Shard, they asked you whether or not there were people, I guess, not necessarily looking for Mr. Stillwell, but that there'd be some concerns for his safety because of the Tierra Jones killing. Do you remember a line of questioning regarding Tierra Jones?
Yes, several years ago, that was an incident.
When was the Tierra Jones killing?
It was several years ago. I can't remember the exact date.
Do you remember the year?
Not offhand.
Now, looking at, I believe this is DS 57A. Is this the communication between Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander regarding the shooting at McDaniel? Excuse
It
me,
is.
at I-20 and McDaniel.
It is.
Do you see any response from Mr. Stillwell in the text message that's, dang, babe, I was just at that intersection. Or, man, glad it wasn't me. I just missed being at that location.
I do not.
Do you see any text messages to Miss Alexander that says, man, I was just at that BP gas station a little while ago. That's up the street from there.
I don't.
I want to go to DS 58. And is that the communication between Mr. Stillwell and his grandma?
It is.
Right. Do you see where she says, hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news? And says, answer me, please.
Yes.
Does he say anything to his grandma? I'm like, you know what, grandma? I was over there earlier, but it's not me.
He does not.
Now, we talked about searching for on Fox 5. Do you remember talking about the searches on Fox 5?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any searches on March 14th when both his grandmother and Taisha were asking him about whether or not he was around that location or if he heard about it? Did you see any searches for the shooting on that day, on March 14th or the early morning hours of March 15th?
No.
Are all of the searches on March 17th?
They are.
And is that the day he was ultimately arrested for these charges?
Yes.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 437 VV, page 2145. April 1st, 2022, from 11 p.m., 11 minutes to 11:20 seconds into that call. 11 to 11:20. You can pause the clock.
Yeah.
I hate that they just go back to being serious. Y'all was just in here being unserious. How you so quickly just able to pull it together for the jury? Show them what y'all was doing when they was gone.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume. Hey,
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got them. You know how they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
during that call, he says when they talk about that GSR stuff, it's going, when they wipe it down, it's going to come back clean.
Correct.
At any point, he's saying, I don't know why I don't even know what any of this is about.
No.
Does he say to his best friend, I don't even know why they took this?
Proper commentary, also facts and evidence.
Sustained.
Does he say to Demikian Grant on this call, I don't even know why they took that car?
No.
Does he say to Demikian earlier in the call, that Miles and Quay, they don't need to worry?
Yes.
Miles and Quay, were they both in a Ford Fusion?
Yes.
Were they in the car that was furthest from Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
Did you hear when Mr. Stillwell told Mr. Garlington, I told them not to talk to the police, don't say nothing? Did you hear what he told Mr. Garlington that?
Yes.
And this entire call is on the contraband phone
Correct.
that can't be monitored,
Correct.
or outside of it being a wiretap, cannot be monitored.
Correct.
LPR readers, what information do you need about a car in order to look for a car on an LPR reader?
A license plate, a tag number.
Do you legally know the make and model of a car?
Overruled.
You can try by make and model, but it's not very accurate sometimes, especially at night.
With the two cars that we saw in the FedEx surveillance video, were you able to see any license plate information on either of those two cars in the FedEx video?
I was not.
And at that FedEx video, is that where we see the Audi and the Ford Fusion run the red light?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. No further questions.
All right, Recross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Investigator Viverito, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So you were just asked about LPR readers, and I think the context is figuring out the car that did the U-turn and the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
And you said you need a license plate and that you can't see the license plate from that video.
Or if you have it, sometimes a make and model search might work, but at night, in my experience, it's not very accurate.
Well, are you aware that it was in fact a make and model search that night that revealed the license plate of the white Audi and the white Ford Fusion?
No.
Okay. That Detective Ender, I believe her name is, did? Okay. So the bottom line is LPR search by make and model, it's never going to work if you don't try, is it?
No, but if you're saying she did it for those two, it probably should have captured whatever other car.
Okay, I agree. All
Yeah,
right,
but
so what's the license plate of the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell?
Well, I was going to continue. Like over the summer, I've been working an investigation quite extensively, looking for a very particular 2 cars in the city. I probably have searched every LPR in the city by make and model. And at night, you may put white Nissan, you may put white this, white that, and I'm getting back white Tesla. When I look at the license plate and pull up the results, they're not correct.
Okay. And I appreciate that anecdotal story about what you've been doing this summer, but the fact is that night, make and model was used to reveal the license plate of the Ford Fusion and the white Audi.
Right.
And it was nighttime on March 14th, correct?
Right. But depending on what LPRs those cars had hit, that location on Windsor right there, I don't know if there's one right there that would have caught it clear enough.
Okay, well, what LPRs did the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell that has not been tested for gunshot residue, what LPRs did that hit?
You'd have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, you keep saying ask Detective Hogan. One minute you're on the side of Windsor Street trying to find homeless people as part of this case.
Correct.
And the next minute you don't know anything about the case and it's ask Detective Hogan.
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, I want to know, do you know if any LPRs were run on the make and model of any cars besides the white Audi, the Ford Fusion, and a red Versa? Do you know if any other LPRs were run or even attempted to be run?
First, I wasn't in charge of running the LPRs for the case.
Okay.
And if they were running it by make and model, that maybe they saw, if you have a make and model, it's much easier than just say, not having one that you're looking for.
Okay. You talked about the phone conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington about he never told Mr. Garlington, I don't know why I'm being arrested or something to that effect, or I don't
Correct.
understand. Okay, when people are arrested, you've arrested people before, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you typically tell them what the charges are. You give them that courtesy.
Yes, of course.
And you tell them what you're arresting them for.
Of course.
Okay, they don't have to agree with you, but you do inform them of it.
Correct.
Okay, so are you saying that Mr. Garlington is the first person that Mr. Stillwell would have talked to after being arrested on that jail call or that phone conversation? Is that what you're saying?
No, he'd been in custody for a minute at that point.
Okay, and you would agree that there's probably been significant ability for the people that arrested him, other people involved with the case to inform him what his charges are and generally what he's accused of.
I don't think that's what Ms. Hilton meant. That's not how I took the question for me.
Okay, cool. We pulled out this mapping information for the call on March 15th at 2 a.m.
Correct.
And it showed that, remember that radius? And it was
Correct.
Mechanicsville.
Correct.
Mechanicsville is in fact in the city of Atlanta, correct?
Correct.
It's in the city.
Correct.
All right. And finally, just one other thing I wanted to ask you about. This night, could you do me a huge favor? I think it's 471 BB. Could you publish? Did I get the number right? Oh, okay. This is 471 VV, and that is a picture of Mr. Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And on it says, on the picture on the right says, what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, bloodied killers.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not an Instagram person.
Okay.
Those words, are those words that Mr. Nichols typed into this photo?
No, I stated that yesterday.
Okay, well, we're going to go through the whole process
Okay.
today. So these words are when you pick a song such as Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, and someone clicks on the post, the music plays, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and as the music plays, lyrics come up.
correct. You select a portion of the song that you would like to play.
Well, that's not entirely true. Instagram suggests a
Sugge-
portion.
It's like between a 10 and 30-second portion.
Yeah, and
that
Instagram
you can
suggests.
you can agree with it or you can modify it.
Right, but Instagram suggests.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm posting something and I want Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, I'm going to post, I'm going to say that's the song I want, and Instagram makes the suggestion.
Correct.
Okay. And now I want to go to the video. Miss Knight, can you help me out with the VVA? Thank you, Miss Knight. 471 VVA. And Miss Knight's about to publish it. What I would like to do, and I know we've seen it already, but if you would indulge me, tell me when the screenshot that you took and provided in Discovery for 471 VV, tell me when that comes up.
I done came back from the dance, wipe off the leaves. I don't want any of these less from off the street. I fucked her the first night and then I never called again. Next time those out to see me, I was around with a friend.
I was gonna have my pay private, but you know what, man? I don't give a fuck. But y'all pussy. Don't even come from no fake pay. Come from your real pay. I don't get no fuck, man. Come on, man. Hey, it ain't private. It ain't private.
We gon' let them to a fish. I heard your niggas let them choppers off. Strictly about beef. I go to war with any nigga. I heard them say that they won't smoke with us. Ain't got no better nigga, ain't gon' fuck with us. So what you saying is up. I step on any nigga. Name a block ain't hit. Name a hoe ain't hit. Name a nigga don't try this shit to survive this shit. Every nigga don't try this shit, don't die this shit.
I can't tell you. It might have gone too fast. I'm not sure.
Okay. Could you go to 140 and just 138? Okay, right there. And just start playing again.
Won't talk, won't speak on letting them to a fish. I heard your niggas let them choppers off. Strictly about beef. I go to war with any nigga. I heard them say that they won't smoke with us. Ain't got no better nigga, ain't gon' fuck with us. So what you saying is?
So, Miss Knight, if you could just rewind it, and it's very brief, about 1 second. A little bit further. I appreciate it. Investigator Viverito, when you saw this story by Mr. Nichols, you had to scour this story to find the spot on this post where it had those lyrics, didn't you?
Well, no, I turned over in discovery the video in its entirety because I felt all of it was pretty damaging and consistent with the case. But it's my understanding that we had to condense the social media, so that was the screenshot that was turned over in lieu of the video.
I'm going to ask that question again. To get that screenshot, you had to parse this to a millisecond to get those words up on the screen.
Or I just took a screenshot and it happened to be that one and we kept it.
Oh, it just happened to be that one.
There are other things that probably would have been better to keep
Okay.
that weren't kept.
So, so you just happened to screenshot. Now, you would agree that in this video, there's Mr. Nichols and these lyrics are being shown on the screen as music is being played.
Yes.
And you would agree that many of the lyrics, as the song is being played, are up on the screen and easy to read.
Correct.
Okay. Right before the lyrics become easy to read, there is a split second, a millisecond, that has those lyrics in that picture. 471 VV, isn't that correct?
Correct.
You don't even know if those lyrics were the ones. First of all, you don't know if it was just suggested by Instagram or actually chosen by Mr. Nichols, right?
The song was chosen by Mr.
Yeah,
Nichols.
of course the song.
Okay.
I'm talking about the lyrics. You don't know if it was Instagram choosing these lyrics because these are the most popular ones in the song and they make a suggestion.
No, but based on the rest of the videos on the post, the theme is murder, bullets, guns, things like that. It fit.
So again, and you don't even know when it's on for that millisecond. Just supposing, hypothetically, if Mr. Nichols did choose the lyrics, you don't even know if that was Instagram just had the last lyrics up and then was getting to the lyrics he chose, which are shown clearly, or if it's something that Instagram just chose. You don't know.
I don't, but he can preview the post before it posts to his account.
Okay. So you have absolutely no evidence that Mr. Nichols intentionally chose those lyrics.
Which is why I included the video in its entirety with the other posts about murder and shooting.
And in preparation of this case, you scoured this video and paused it at that exact millisecond when it had those lyrics.
Did not. I took a screenshot.
Okay, took a screenshot. I'm sorry. At that exact millisecond where it had those lyrics that are in 471 V.
I probably took several trying to catch all the lyrics, and that was probably when we had to condense evidence. That's one that was chosen.
How many different screenshots did you take?
I have no idea.
Well,
We're talking
can you
about.
just tell me from your report?
I can't. You can look at my folder that was served to discovery and tell me.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you just tell me from your
Seen
report?
anything?
Oh, is he about to do this? Is he about to do this? Christina, you're about to do this. Doug, don't do this. This feels like it's gonna go left. Oh my.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon.
So you mentioned that Mr. Kendrick's phone was seized at the time that he was arrested on May 9th, 2022, correct?
It was.
And his phone was extracted.
It was.
Did you review that extraction?
I did.
And if you reviewed that extraction, did you see that he had been spending several months in LA and then only returned to Atlanta within a day or two of the day he was arrested?
I did.
Did you also see other location data within that phone?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in that location data, again, he'd been spending the bulk of his time in California, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you look through all the photographs on that phone?
I looked through a good bit of them, yes.
The two photographs that were shown in court this afternoon, are those the only two photographs of interest that you believe were in the phone?
No, there was probably a few.
Okay. Did you find any evidence on that phone that Mr. Kendrick was in possession of any firearms?
No.
Let's briefly return to the Richard Mill watch.
Yes, sure. Sure.
I understand the eye roll. During the seizure that day, and I'm looking at a property report.
Sure.
During the seizure that day, you, and when I say you, I mean APD, can I say under your supervision? Is that accurate?
I didn't work for APD at that time, so I
Well,
couldn't.
Okay, then let's just say APD. Y'all see, APD seized, APD seized a necklace and a pendant from a bedroom, correct?
I guess I'd have to look at the report. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, well, you were involved in this. They seized a blue box of jewelry, correct?
Correct, in a red box.
And a red box of jewelry. They seized jewelry that was on Martinez Arnold.
I believe so.
They seized a Chevy Corvette,
Yes.
a Dodge Durango,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz AMG,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz GLS class,
Yes.
a Porsche 911,
Yes.
a Jeep Grand Cherokee,
Yes.
a pink Lamborghini,
Yes.
another Mercedes-Benz aluminum silver,
Yes.
about jewelry that was located in a Mercedes AMG.
Yes.
And they even seized a ring found on Jeffrey Williams' hand, correct?
I'd have to see which one was on his hand. I didn't have any contact with Mr. Williams when he was arrested.
Okay. So despite seizing all of that, you left behind the Richard Mill watch, pink with a white ceramic case.
Again, Mr. Weinstein, as it's being inventoried, the jewelry is being looked at. I use photographed. The jewelry is being put on this thing. If you watch the video, and it's placed on the shelf, and nobody messes with it again.
So was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused.
Are they resting?
Do you have any more witnesses?
No. What?
I know, but before we do, we just need to, can we have about 5
What?
minutes so I can confirm it in evidence?
To make sure that everything's in evidence, sure. We'll take a short break.
Oh, a break. So we can rewatch what just happened again. Wait, what did she say though? Did she say yes? Hold- Let me read it.
Sure. Do you have any more witnesses?
I know, but before we do.
I don't.
Can we have about 5 minutes, Your Honor, so I can confirm it in evidence?
Okay, she said I don't. Oh wait, what's happening? Give it to me.
All right. While you are
Let's make sure they're
making sure that all of your stuff is in evidence, I need to ask
Thank
each defendant
Yes.
some questions about to make sure that they understand their right to testify or not. All right, let's be back at 4:45.
okay. We got 5 minutes. How long did it take? You guys, I want to watch that so bad. I want to rewatch it again so bad. I cannot believe I just need to watch a body. I just want to watch a body.
This evidence, I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out, but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted. I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein's saying because I may have an objection myself.
What I'm saying is that if there is a relationship between Ms. Bumpus and the defendant, then Investigator Viverito's bias against that.
Against being called a bad name?
No, if she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
that's the last time you're going to call me a hoe. I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
Your
You may ask.
Thank you, Your
Ye-
Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe somebody told her. So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury before we go into something that ends up being a bunch of nothing?
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up when the jury wasn't here, Your Honor.
So can we also bring up before we go into the side searches, the fact that Ms. Bumpus represented Mr. Copeland, we're about to open up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything, I mean.
For the pronouns, that Caleb Bumpus was going to call
I was-
investigator Viverito.
Do we need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was or just that somebody?
I think we need to get into who it
Why?
was.
Is this far enough?
Why?
Because she's married to Mr. Jackson.
Well.
He didn't even say a
Was
parent.
she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah. Well, it does.
He didn't even say apparently. He said it directly. What's really happening? Oh my gosh. I thought he said apparently. He said because she's married to Mr. Jackson. You're Is this for real? Hold on, I gotta go again. It's just so funny.
Last time who was going
That Caleb, sorry for the pronouns, that Caleb Bumpus was.
Because I want to hear the whole thing again.
I don't know where we're going, but it seems that they were trying to establish something. They said they're done establishing that, and Investigator Viverito is still interpreting ankle monitor data. So I'm going to object to relevance in 403.
Your Honor, as I stated earlier, Mr. Shard has challenged what occurred at the light.
I know.
So at this point, we're just showing, based on admitted evidence,
I know.
what occurred at the light, Your Honor. That's all.
That's all.
Can I ask a question? Why is it improper or not relevant? So
Oh wait, I went too far.
Up here at the bench was that it's not said.
I forgot. Hold on, I went too far. Wait, you guys, I went too far. I forgot that this all started because of Max's objection. It wasn't even talking about this. I forgot Doug came up there and hold on. I need to go back to when Doug comes up because why he go up there?
What's that?
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of investigator Viverito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not
No,
pursue
it
that.
did
I'm not.
Come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case? Because
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
okay, because
You can ask her that.
I can ask her about her following the case.
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay,
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other stuff from listening to some other witness.
okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why is that relevant to the guilt or innocence? of
I'm
these
I'm
men?
about to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me finish a second. She got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case. And Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mhm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody
gets into
about
her-
their posts.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
Oh my gosh.
What are you proposing to ask?
Go back.
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway that was the last time she was going to call her a hoe. It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we're still on break. I could have kept going. I'd be trying not to miss it. Why would he say that? That's the last time she's going to call her a hoe. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. You guys. Oh, man. I need to have a second feed up so that we can watch that because I need to enjoy that moment again. Okay, let me pull up another feed because I don't want to miss when they're live. I said called her a hoe. Nobody said because they're married, Your Honor. Okay. Let me see. And then they just continue court as if nothing happened. So what happened? Actually, I don't even, we just need to watch it again. It's just so funny. Okay, I think I have it now.
It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was going to
That
call?
Kayla, sorry for the pronouns, that Kayla Bumpus was going to call investigator Viverito
Do we need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was or just that somebody?
I think we need to get into who it
Why?
was.
Why?
Because she's married to Mr. Jackson.
Well, was she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah.
Wait, they're back.
Lawyers about your decision whether to testify.
Here we go.
All right. Mr. Kendrick, do you personally want to testify or not? Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you personally want to testify or not? All right. I find that each of these defendants has made a decision whether or not to testify with an understanding of his rights. All right.
Did we miss?
All right. We need to do anything else before we get the jury out, and I'll ask if you rest.
Okay.
And then have y'all made a decision about whether y'all going to present evidence? Okay. You want to let me know or you want to be dramatic about it? Okay. All right.
You guys. It's
all right.
over
Then
today.
I'll get them out. We'll close the evidence. I'll let them go for today and tomorrow. Have them come back on Thursday. And tomorrow, I mean, we can start the charge conference. And forgot something. There'll probably be a motion, I suspect. Okay.
For direct verdict.
About that. Okay, so I guess technically you need to rest before that motion. So I'm going to have to bring them in, then excuse them again. Okay. Yes.
I understand that we're trying to keep things moving. I'm going to ask if Your Honor would consider giving us the afternoon and evening to look at the directed verdict motion. I know that you've suggested we need to be doing that, but there's only 24 hours in a day, and I think it would probably be more fruitful if all of us had an opportunity to review kind of what's come in, and so we can sit down and have an educated discussion.
Sure,
about
that's
it.
fine.
All right,
So
thank you.
tomorrow we'll gather together. You'll present whatever motions you have,
Thank you, Your Honor.
whatever response there is. I'll have to consider all of that. But I would also like to do the rest of the charge conference, the RICO part of the charge conference.
Can we have a further discussion with that once we see?
Yeah, sure. Okay. What are you, do you need?
I was just thinking procedurally, what happened? We rest, then we have we bring them.
We rest. I let them go for the day.
They rest, girl. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Today was perfect. But they're going to do closing. So they're going to rest. They obviously want to do directed verdicts. They're going to do, we still have closing arguments, which are probably going to take a full day. And I have something to do on Thursday. I'm about to cancel it. And then the jury will have this. We are at the end of this. That's crazy. I don't think you guys, I never thought we would get here. I had lost hope. I had really lost hope. I mean, but closing arguments, you guys, we're here. I can't believe that. I gotta cancel what I gotta do. I can't go. I gotta watch closings. Can I buy a flight to Atlanta tonight so I can be in the courtroom for closings? Oh my God.
All right, Ms. Hilton, does the state have any further evidence?
No, Your Honor, the state of Georgia rests.
All right, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, considering the hour, I think that I'm going to let y'all go for the day. And then actually tomorrow, we will all have matters to take up outside of your presence. That's been kind of a common theme in this trial, and it happens in every trial, I promise. So y'all will have the day off tomorrow, and we'll see you back Thursday at 9 a.m. And just let me remind you, all of the instructions that have been applicable to you for the entirety of this trial remain applicable right now. Don't try to find out any kind of information about this case from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you about this case or anybody involved in it. Don't try to do any research about the case. Don't ask anybody hypothetical questions about the case, and we'll see y'all on Thursday. Thank you.
What an ending. What an ending to this trial. What a way. Today is the perfect poetic ending to this trial. It only makes sense that it comes out today like that. It only makes sense. Absolutely, Ashley. The only ending that this trial could have. The only one.
Okay. So what else did we want to discuss?
When we were, Your Honor, when we were talking about the RICO jury instructions, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, I understand that we have certain jury instructions, preliminary, we both submitted preliminary jury instructions.
Yeah.
And I know that we have certain ones on that document that we're all sharing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to make sure, are there any other proposed instructions from the state that I need to be aware of to prepare for argument? Because I don't want it to be sprung at the last minute.
I mean, I haven't gotten any. Are there going to be any more forthcoming? I've been trying to put some together from various things that I've culled from different RICO cases. And that was pretty rough when I sent it to y'all yesterday. I've worked on it a little bit more today. So I'll send y'all an updated draft, which Ms. Percival, let me send that to you right now. So what this is now, it will look somewhat familiar, but it's in a little bit more polished form. So the first 4 pages are what I've put together, and then the last page and a half probably is lifted, some of the language lifted from the APS, RICO, not APS Atlanta Police, APS Atlanta Public Schools cheating trial. I have looked at some other trials too and tried to pull some language from that. But if there's something else, I haven't gotten it yet. Mr. Floyd, are you going to be providing us with any suggested jury instructions on RICO and or a possible verdict form with regard to RICO, which would be really nice?
Those are separate but related questions, Your Honor. So to answer the first one, we haven't sent anybody any additional ones. We've looked at yours. They've been kind of evolving. But I don't have very much complaint about them. They're largely drawn from APS, and I wrote those. So I'm not, it's only just a matter of whether there's anything in between.
Those aren't actually drawn from APS. I didn't look at the APS stuff until this afternoon, but okay, you can take credit for it.
Well, okay. I thought that's what you said. And I'll tell you that they are, if they're not drawn from APS, they're drawn from cases that use a version of the APS charges.
Okay.
And there might be an intermediate generation, but they.
Anyway, I hear you saying you think they're pretty good.
You heard me say, I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
And I mean, I can't at this stage, because we're just starting this process.
Sure.
I can't foreclose that depending on what you decide to do with one charge, we might suggest that another needs to be supplemented or we add something.
Sure.
But I think.
You don't have any whole scale additions that you think need. We'll just hash through it. Okay.
I do not. And I think there's one issue that has to be resolved. I mean, I only have 2 charges submitted by Mr. Kendrick.
Yeah.
I don't have any charges submitted by Mr. Stillwell. On RICO.
They're working together on it.
We're working together. Okay, that's what I'm just making sure I'm accounting for everybody here. I understood they were from the defense. They have the name Kendrick on them, so that's why I made that specification. Thank you. But I'm gonna surprise you. We disagree with them. I'll explain why. One is a short explanation. One is a longer explanation. You have statute of limitations.
Oh yeah, I already told him he's totally wrong on half of that.
Okay.
You missed that part. But
Okay. All right. It's the opposite. The rule is the opposite of that.
all right. Well, we'll get into the nitty gritty tomorrow if that's okay with everybody.
Sure. And the other one, which is how you instruct the jury about overt acts and what conclusions they need to reach, that feeds into the jury form. And I've done a good bit of research and I have some things to say about that.
Well, if you have anything for me to consider sort of in the interim, because you probably are not going to be, I mean, you might be working on the directed verdict motion and response, but if you're not, and if you have something that I could be considering in the interim, go ahead and send it to Ms. Percifield. Because yeah, I mean, it's a lot more straightforward when you're alleging RICO and not a RICO conspiracy. And so I definitely want to get right what it is that the jury has to find.
Understood. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I can tell you that what the state submitted is based significantly on APS, which was also a RICO conspiracy case.
Mm-hmm.
It was also based significantly on the jury charges that were submitted in a federal Georgia RICO case based on sex trafficking this year.
Okay.
And also on a case that was tried last year in Brunswick that was a Georgia RICO conspiracy.
All right.
So it's sort of the evolution of that. and I'll address what you want me to address, however you want me to do it.
Okay. All right, so if you do have anything more in writing, go ahead and send that now, and that includes a potential verdict form. Just send it to Ms. Percifield. She can send it out. I mean, I think we've got a list of all of the attorneys, so.
I don't have anything set to send right
Okay,
now. But
that's
if
fine.
it's tonight or first thing in the morning, our view is the verdict form can be very simple.
Interesting.
We would want probably a more detailed.
Tell me more.
Okay, why don't I get into that then, Your Honor? So the question I think that has come up is whether the jury should be asked to decide which acts of racketeering activity the members of the conspiracy agreed would be committed. And there's two approaches to that. One approach, which is usually what defendants suggest, is that there's going to be a very long list of every one of them, and they're going to be asked somehow, did the conspirators, which would really mean any of the conspirators, any two of them, agree this crime would be committed? Because the ultimate objective has to be a substantive violation of the statute. That's the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court said that in Salinas, and I think you've recognized that in things you've said and pleadings that have come along. The other approach is to say, instruct them that they have to agree that the conspiracy contemplated certain types of acts of racketeering activity, and they have to decide whether the conspirators agreed that any of those types would be committed without going to specific ones. So, and usually when I've addressed this issue or something like it, the argument from my opponents is, well, why wouldn't we want to know everything? And the answer is, you get a case like this where you have almost 200 overt acts. About half of them are also racketeering activity. And that is an opportunity for a lot of confusion, and it takes a lot out of the jury. It's a big ask for them. And jurors.
No, we've already asked so much of them.
I suggest we ask not that much more, but that's just me. But the point is that is just not normally how it is done. And this starts out with, and I know we submitted a brief on this earlier, a bench brief, but it starts out with a basic understanding of what conspiracy is. And the crime in conspiracy is the agreement. The crime is not the commission of acts of racketeering activity, because none have to be committed.
Right, it's
for
the
a
agreement
conspiracy
plus
violation.
one overt act.
Exactly. And the function of the overt act is important to understand too, because the overt act doesn't have to be a crime. And the reason is the function of the overt act, which is to show that the conspiracy is in operation.
And it's moving.
I mean,
Right.
and I realize I may be telling you a couple of things that you are very familiar with, but I will be very brief. I mean, common law, no requirement for overt acts at all. There's no constitutional requirement. Federal RICO doesn't require overt acts. The Georgia General Assembly decided to track 1648, which is the general conspiracy statute in 2015 that was added. I'm actually kind of familiar with how that happened by coincidence. And so that's it. We have an overt act requirement. But all that overt act does is show that the conspiracy doesn't exist solely in the minds of the conspirators. It's actually moved into the real world.
Okay.
And there's actually there's kind of a fairness issue in that, which isn't required, but many legislatures decide to do it because it gives.
Yes, sorry. His name is John Floyd. He is a racketeering attorney, like expert. He's done a bunch of them. And so it has been known for a long time that he would be coming in, because he's worked on so many RICO cases and so many attorneys have not. in this trial, that he would be coming in to help with the jury instructions and giving, kind of his expertise. Obviously, the defense gets to give their response and they get to rebut some of that, but he really is like the leading person. And so that's why he is here, to help them understand, or to give his 2 cents about what the jury instruction should be. So that he's essentially laying that out for her right now. He's a bit long-winded, and he sounds a little, I don't care for the way he speaks, but anyway, that's what's happening. Okay.
Someone who, I'll just draw the example, there's folks are having a few beers and there's a lot of talk about what ought to be done, and everybody says, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Nobody does anything. The next morning,
Right.
someone sobers up
Charge
and
somebody
says,
with the crime.
hell no. So that's how it functions. So this question has not come up under Georgia RICO. This question has come up numerous times under federal RICO.
This question being what?
Being, does the jury have to decide which acts of racketeering activity the conspirators agreed to commit, or is it sufficient for the jury to decide the types? Okay. And the answer is uniform. Every federal court that has addressed this question has said it is type, it is not specific. And I can give you.
I mean, I think that makes sense, because what is required is they're agreeing to do bad things through a pattern of interrelated racketeering activity.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. And so what we get to, and I mean, just to kind of illustrate it in a case like this, suppose you have members of a gang and they are discussing what they want to do versus their ops. And they say, we hate those guys and we want to kill them. Everybody agrees. Yeah. I mean, wherever they are, we're going to hunt them down. We're going to kill them. If we can get them all, we'll get them all. We'll get as many as we can. Right? Have they agreed to kill a specific individual? You don't know the first person they're going to encounter. You don't know which of the members of the conspiracy will encounter that person first. If they are successful in encountering them, you don't know whether the encounter will be fatal to that individual, whether they'll be wounded, or whether they'll just be assaulted because somebody shot at them and missed. But all of those are acts of violence. All of those are within the scope of the enterprise. Mm-hmm. And in this case, you have all of those things actually happening in real life. They're not hypothetical. A terrorism analogy would be a group of people who agree to plant bombs. And they say, we need to destroy, I'll put it in Al-Qaeda type references. We're going to destroy the symbols of the great Satan's arrogance. Yes, one of those, his monuments, his hotels, his whatever, okay? We must do this, yes. How far will we go? As many as we can do. They've agreed to make bombs, plant bombs, destroy things, hurt people. We don't know exactly which bomb will get planted, exactly where it'll actually go off, whether hundreds of people will be injured or nobody will be injured. But they have agreed to engage in this course of activity. That is the violation. It's manifest. In federal law, all they would have to have is that conversation. Georgia law, all they would have to do is have that conversation plus an email, a phone call, or in some cases, as it tends to be, many, many other things. Mm-hmm. But that's all it is. And that's why, just for the record, I'll give you a few examples. The United States v. Applins, APPLINS, 637 F3rd 59 at 8081. It's a Second Circuit 2011 case held. The jury was not required to answer special interrogatories as to which specific predicate acts each defendant would commit. U.S. versus Gutierrez.
What? 637F what?
Sorry.
What's that one?
637 F3rd 59.
Okay. At
8081. United States versus Gutierrez, GUITERREZ, 963 F3rd 320 at 328. District Court was asked to issue special verdict form requiring the jury to identify specific racketeering activities each appellant conspired to commit. It declined, affirmed.
Okay, is it reversible error to require the special interrogatory?
I could not say that, no. I don't think it's reversible error.
Okay.
I think, I believe you have some discretion here.
Okay.
The question is, how is it best exercised under
Okay.
the circumstances? US v. Cornell, spelled like the school, Cornell, 780 F. 3rd 616 at 625, 4th Circuit 2015. Cornell cataloged the cases. It surveyed the federal cases and said I'm quoting, every circuit to have considered this issue has concluded that for a RICO conspiracy charge, the jury need only be unanimous as to the types of racketeering acts that the defendants agreed to commit.
Okay. And that does seem to make sense to me because, again, we're at the conspiracy stage. We're not at the completed racketeering acts stage necessarily. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I won't belabor the point then.
What else? How about overt acts? I mean, those need to, if there's going to be one needs to be found, at least one needs to be found. That would need to be specified, right? And found unanimously, right?
At least they have to be unanimous that an overt act occurred. Yes. They generally, and I'm looking for, I apologize, I have the language with me. It'll take me 1 second. I have an example in, if I can't find it in 20 seconds, I will send it to you.
Okay.
But the instruction was you must unanimously find that an overt act was committed and you must be unanimous as to which one. It was not, you have to go top to bottom. And I think that is more efficient and just less likely to cause confusion. The overt act,
I would like
something the
that
statute requires, but it doesn't require a great deal of effort. Here, the question was, and I'll show you the case. It was not a RICO case. Unfortunately, lots of cases talk about what the court did, but don't tell you exactly what it said. They don't give you the exact instruction. A case called United States versus Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E, 96 F. 3rd, 1444. It is out of the Fifth Circuit. It was, I just want to be clear, it was not a RICO, it was a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
The question that was asked was, do you agree unanimously on at least one specific overt act which was committed in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit each of the offenses you checked in question one? Because there was more than one conspiracy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much we can say that's on all fours, though, considering, like you said, it's a conspiracy case and not a RICO case, which I know RICO's not a conspiracy, but we've got a specific overt act requirement in our statute. Do you know of any Georgia case law or case law from a sister state with similar RICO statute that answers this question?
Well, let me tell you, I'll take a shot at that in a second, but let me back up because the case I was talking about, I should have said this up front. It was conspiracy to commit obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The federal obstruction statutes don't have their own embedded conspiracy provisions.
Mm.
So that's a general 18 USC 371 conspiracy, which is almost identical to 1648. So that was under a conspiracy statute that had an overt act requirement, just like ours does.
Okay.
And if you were to match 1648 against 18 USC 371, they're basically the same statute. I think 1648 is drawn from 371.
Okay.
As far as other states addressing this, I have not found anything.
Okay. And so would your suggestion as to how the court ensures that they find one within the statute of limitations just be to include that in the instruction, not only you must unanimously find one and it must be unanimous as to which one it is, you must unanimously find one within whatever that date range is?
They have to find one within 5 years
Yeah,
of the
no, I know.
indictment.
I know.
That's the test.
But I mean, would you just say like, you must unanimously find one within this date range?
Yes, I mean, you could, well, the instruction that I saw, that's the other one I was going to talk about. And you suggested that you'd already settled that. I didn't hear exactly how it was settled.
Oh,
But the
I
test,
was- yeah, the other one about like, I can't remember exactly what it said because I've already deleted it from my version, but that anything that wasn't an overt act within that statute didn't even get included, and that's not true. It can be 500 of those as long as one of them is within the statute. They can find however many others they want to outside of the statute.
yeah, and they can go back to the beginning of time
Yeah.
as well. This question was answered in a ruling by
Which
Judge
question
Glanville.
now?
The statute of limitations question.
Yeah, I don't have any question about the statute of limitations
Okay.
question.
All right,
I know that that proposition was incorrect, and
Okay.
I understand what the law is.
all right. And then, okay, so I may have been missing the exact question you asked me.
So
I'm
the
sorry.
question I asked is if I am not having them find, overt acts 1 through 190, do you find this or not?
Right.
Then is the way that I ensure myself that they found an overt act that is within the required 5 years prior to the indictment to just tell them, you need to unanimously find at least one overt act within the date range, and your decision about which one has to be unanimous?
Yes, I think that takes care of it. It actually answers both questions. Those were the only two
Okay.
charges I really had much to say about, and I think that would take care of it neatly.
Okay. All right. Well, again, we'll get into the nitty gritty tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
For what it's worth in Georgia, the closest that I know of this issue coming up was the Dorsey trial. And in that, Judge Becker had initially said she wanted the jury to fill out this form. That was a substantive RICO. And so she would have been listing predicate acts, not overt acts. But that's kind of the same idea, basically. I don't know exactly why. And initially I wasn't successful in changing her mind, but she wanted to do it after they decided guilt or innocence and then bring the jury back. Jury went 3+ days and they came back and
Well, there are these
were a mess.
federal statutes, or not statutes, I'm sorry, but there's federal case law that seems to suggest that they need to find guilt, and then, and only then, do they need to say what predicate acts they found, which I find to be odd, but
That's mostly, I think, out of the Second Circuit, and
Yeah.
nobody else
Third
has
Circuit,
decided
too.
they like it. I mean, you can
that
find
may have been
many
why,
different
but
ways of
anyway,
handling it,
yeah.
especially if you go back.
very odd. Doesn't help the jury at all.
Well, no, and asking the jury to do that if they've been deliberating for a very long time and coming back in and saying, and now you have another homework
I
assignment.
mean, what I want to do is give the jury a logical and correct roadmap as to how do you consider this?
Mhm.
What are you supposed to think about? What are you supposed to find? If you don't find it, then what happens? I want to give them instructions that actually help them deliberate.
Yeah, yeah. And it's actually, there are federal opinions that say sort of offhandedly a RICO conspiracy case is a lot easier than a substantive one. I'm not sure everyone agrees with that, but I don't think it's a lot more complicated. It's really, do you have an agreement? Would the agreement have violated the statute if it was consummated? And was there an overt act? And then as to each individual, were they part of that conspiracy or not? And if it's
All right, let me ask you this.
the nuts and bolts.
So there has to be determination from the jury, whether it's a violation of subsection A or subsection B, that, they conspired to either participate in the enterprise or acquire money through a pattern of racketeering activity, and that somebody committed an overt act to further
Mhm.
Just the criminal objectives of the conspiracy
Question.
as alleged in the indictment, or to further the specific pattern of racketeering activity that had been agreed upon?
No, it wouldn't, it is not,
Oh,
there's nothing first to kind of walk it through. There's nothing in the case law that says it would have to be as specific as the second. And so if I'm just conspiring in an enterprise, if I'm just saying, I hear you guys are the best robbery crew in town, I want to be part of it. And they say, okay, but you know, you have to ante up $1,000, or we have to use your car. Pick
Mhm.
anything you want. Give me your cell phone. Lend me $100.
Okay, we got-
Payday. Any of that. As long as it ties to that enterprise, that's sufficient, and that's why the overt act itself doesn't have to be a crime. And part of what happens here is if we pile on additional requirements that aren't in the statute.
Okay, so it's just then to further the criminal objectives of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
And it's the criminal objectives of the conspiracy as alleged in the indictment, right?
Yes. So
And
if
it's
I,
not the non-criminal objectives of the conspiracy, is it?
if I wrote a haiku that didn't talk about other gangs or violence or anything else, I don't think that would do it. I agree. But the point is, it doesn't, that overt act doesn't get mutated into a full-fledged attempt or conspiracy of its own.
Oh, yeah, I
Because
know.
otherwise the
I mean,
statute
it can
would say
be,
that.
we're going to kidnap whomever,
Yeah.
and then we're going to kidnap their daughter or whatever. If I go by rope, that's not illegal, but that's an overt act in furtherance of our conspiracy to do bad things.
You drive,
So, yeah,
you drive by the house and you say, yeah, they're home.
Yeah.
Okay? It's
Okay.
not illegal to drive by the house, and it's not
We-
illegal to look in
yes.
the window, but if
Okay.
it's part of that conspiracy,
Mhm,
yeah.
mhm. Yeah, but the objectives of the conspiracy, I mean, the objectives, so in the indictment, there are these objectives of the enterprise, YSL, listed out, some of which
5, I think.
are criminal and some of which would not be criminal.
Okay.
They have, some have non-criminal aspects to them, yes.
Some are entirely non-criminal.
Right.
And so an overt act to further one of those things would not equate to a crime, assuming all of the other elements are there.
I understand what you're
Oh,
saying.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I
Okay.
think that's correct.
Legally correct? Okay.
It says, the statute says an overt act to effect the object
I
of
see.
the conspiracy. It speaks in the singular, it doesn't preclude the
Right.
plural.
And that has to be a criminal object, right?
Oh.
We're talking about, well, the object is ultimately to
Criminal.
violate a substantive provision. I'm not trying to mince words. I'm thinking
No,
along with you.
Yeah.
But if you're forming an enterprise,
I see.
remember that an enterprise can be legal.
Yeah.
And so I might, if I form an enterprise
Uh-huh.
as part of this, like, different from this case, but an example.
Did he?
I form a corporation.
Did he?
But I'm forming the corporation as part of a securities fraud scheme or a money laundering scheme or something like that.
Use it.
That can be an act in overt act in furtherance of
The
the
criminal.
objectives of the conspiracy. It is not itself illegal. I think we all agree the overt act itself doesn't have to be illegal.
Right.
The statute says to effect the object of the conspiracy.
Right. And when it says to effect the object of the conspiracy, implied in there, but necessary, is it has to be a criminal object of the
Yes.
conspiracy. Because it wouldn't be a conspiracy if it weren't an agreement to do something criminal.
We wouldn't be charging a conspiracy to comply with the law. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody need any further exposition before we?
I do, Judge.
More detail
I
tomorrow?
have a question because all of the objectives listed in the indictment are.
Absolutely. And if you want, I mean, it's only 4:20, so if you want to respond to anything right now, go ahead.
Okay, I gotta.
Y'all wanted the afternoon to work on the directed verdict, so.
And I'm going to reiterate my humble request of the state in an effort to get to the bottom of the directed verdict stuff and arguments. I know you're busy. Could someone please send over email copies of the exhibits that you have admitted? Because I think they were giving us, for most of the trial anyways, PowerPoints of the upcoming exhibits. And I think that would cut to the chase about a lot of these directed verdict, because my memory is not perfect going back 8-9 months.
I believe Ms. Knight has started, and I thought she sent the link. I'm confirming. Are there
Okay.
certain acts that you want, because of the amount of media in some of them, and they're taking a little longer? Are there certain acts, and we can talk offline.
Yeah,
Are there
yeah,
certain
yeah.
acts that we can start with first, and then get
Okay.
the other ones up?
All right.
And I assume you'll have, if you find it, whatever that law is that you were talking about on the downtown.
Yes. Yes, Ron, I will forward the case.
All right. And then y'all will have specifically a list of evidence that exists and is admitted in this trial to support every one of these counts, right? Because I'm assuming, I mean, I don't know what they're going to move for directed verdict on, but you'll have the answer as to whether there is evidence to support it. Okay.
And I'm just trying to.
All right. By tomorrow, when we take this up in the morning, like, I don't want you to say to me, oh, now that I've heard what the directed verdict is on, let me have the next 4 hours to get my response together. Because we talked about this a week and a half ago, that we were getting to this point and y'all needed to be ready with whatever y'all were going to say as the defense and whatever you were going to respond to as the state. Okay. All right. See y'all at, we want to say 9? Okay. See y'all at 9.
What they saying? My husband Greg, he does keep up, not as much as me because he be doing other stuff, but I do tell him stuff. So wait until I tell him what happened today. He's gonna crack up. I have questions, but all of that, this is I have to go get my daughter, but this is the thing about trials and jury instructions, because when you watch, sometimes it can feel like that's easy, not guilty. But the way that you get to a verdict, are they still talking? Oh, this, I think it restarted. Oh no, they still talk. The instructions can sometimes almost force the hand of the jurors, in my opinion, anyway. And I'm not a lawyer, but it can sometimes force the hand, like, from the overt acts, did they actually happen? And if it's an Instagram post, the answer to removing all the other extra, did this post happen? If you see the post in front of you, the answer to that question is yes, Obviously there's like follow-up questions, like, was it done in furtherance of, but when you're talking about it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be, I think it's going to be really interesting. I am so curious what the conversations are going to be and how this is going to land, because I'm telling, this is where stuff starts to everybody gets confused. Like, how did you get to guilty or not guilty? And it's the pathway to get to those answers. There are specific questions that have to be answered. And even if you don't want the answer to be yes or no, sometimes the answer is just yes or no. So it absolutely is the most important. And that's why you got to be really intentional and hearing the way that things are worded. Because if you watch Karen Reed, even that was like, the jurors didn't understand and they felt like you got to be really clear, because they can get back there and be confused and feel like they were forced into this because the answer to your question was just yes. And maybe you worded the question wrong and that's why they were confused. So anyway, this stuff, I'm always like all geeked up to understand what the heck will the instructions be. There absolutely can be directed verdicts for some and not others. Yes. And just so we're clear, directed verdicts, I really have to go. I got 1 minute. She going to be mad at me. One of the directed verdicts is basically the defense is going to say the state didn't do enough to even for this charge. Like, this is weak. This is not even, the jurors shouldn't even have to deliberate this because they didn't even present enough evidence to get to have them deliberate over this. The judge can make that call. So they will be asking, obviously Max Shard is hype about being able to ask for some directed verdicts. So we'll see which ones he's going to ask for. He's going to be asking for that. And then the judge will make a decision on that. So anyway, I am going to go because I have to go pick up my child. I would sit here all day and talk with y'all, but I'm actually going to make a recap today. I want to make a recap because I just need to clip me reacting because that moment was crazy. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of these. Galactus, is she really married to old boy? That ain't my business. I don't know. Ask Kayla. I'm sure she's going to go live and get some money. So ask her. I don't know the answer to that. A body says yes. Big Burrito. I don't know why y'all call that woman Burrito. Is an expert. Once again, is crazy. Him saying that is hilarious. I'm not a judge. Case dismissed. What happened to Love? Was she kicked off? She ain't here. I know that. Okay. Thank y'all for rocking with me today. We were in here strong today. Okay, bye. I don't know if I'm going live tomorrow. I'm going to cancel my Thursday plans because I need to see closings. I appreciate y'all though, for real. Make sure you join Patreon, become a member, do all the stuff they tell you to do. Like, subscribe, share, all that stuff. Do the stuff that the YouTubers said. Okay, bye.